Okay, I thought OBS crashed for a second, but it's okay. We're fine. Hello, welcome to another pre-recorded episode because my computer setup is changing and everyone's mood's a little funky wonky. So we're gonna do just another pre-recorded session where I hope my audio is being recorded, which I see OBS is doing it. But if it's a filthy liar, I'm sorry. Sorry, accident. But yeah, welcome back to a haunting season of Performance Check, A Curse of Strahd Tale, which I lovingly call the Darkest Faerie. Totally not off of a favorite video game that I had when I was a kid. That's totally not Neopets flavored. This is a chilling season where gothic horror meets a little bit of whimsy, some nightmares, and, morbid curiosity. A story that takes place that once belonged in the realm of Ulstea, a homebrew world that Jester and I have created over the years that just keeps getting bigger and bigger. There will be various changes to the story. This is not your typical tale of Curse of Strahd, like many have explained before. This one just has a little bit more of a fairy tale spin to it, and we've deleted all the bad things that we don't like about Curse of Strahd and made it better. I will be your beloved host through this tale of horror, guided by my cast, who I will lovingly call the Broads, through our story of time together. Belle has introduced herself wanted to introduce herself first in this group.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good. Oh, you're good.
Hi, my name is Belle, also known as the Paladin Belle. I stream over at the Paladin Belle on Twitch, and I DM here on Performance Check on Saturdays, on every other Saturday for Triumph and Tragedy in the Shattered Isles. I go by she, her, and I'll be playing Allegra de la Mon this evening, who is she, they. And that's it. That's everything. I'm gonna popcorn it over to Sage.
I was eating chips.
You've been popcorned. What are you gonna do about it?
I shouldn't have been eating chips, but I was. Hi, my name is Sage the Softkeepess. You can find me over on a Twitch account of the same name and all the places where you socialize your medias. I'm sorry, Lynx, it's too good. I had to take it.
Wow. Theft.
And I am playing Katarina. She is a Barovian human woman. She is a reborn, roughly in her late 20s, who's been living on her own for quite a number of years. She wears a red robe with a fur mantle over a torn, elaborate gown. She's covered head to toe with tattoos that have primal runes, which she covers with her clothes. She has black hair with white highlights, much like her other family members that fall to her collarbone. One eye intense and blue-gray, the other fetid and necrotic, surrounded with a large scar. Her favorite witch bitch. And I will popcorn that over to Beth.
Hi, I'm Creepy, and I am playing Elizabeth Porcelain, who is definitely not having a mental breakdown as we speak. Because she's happy to be involved and can actually show it now, thanks to Allegra, who is not here. So I will pop it over to our other shapeshifter, Lottie.
Shapeshifter? Bold words. Hi, I'm Jester or Void. You can call me either or. I go by he, him, or it's pronouns. Doesn't matter to me. I am playing Lottie, a undead Eladrin, currently in Autumn, who bears a striking resemblance to Irina. I am a warlock wizard. I just want to know so many things, talk to so many people. Yeah. Shit. Lynx, think fast.
Catches the metaphorical object that you've just thrown to me.
Microphone.
Okay, I catch the microphone. Hey, it's me, your boy Quarklynx. I'm fine with any pronouns, and I'll be playing Ari tonight. You can find me as Quarklynx anywhere else you socialize your medias.
You've been thefted from.
Oh, that's a cool catchphrase. Where'd you get it?
Yeah, wow. It's so weird. It's almost like I've been saying it this whole time. Anyway, Ari is our mysterious half-elf rogue / ranger. And hey, you know what? Who's ready for a recap?
Yeah. Don't we have? Babe, don't we have a soundboard buzzer? There's an air horn.
Wait,
There it is.
Yeah,
There it is.
recap.
All right, Lynx,
All
go
right,
for it.
so last time on Curse of Strahd, we woke up.
And that's the end.
Lottie played with the ghost dog a little because we've kind of been forgetting about it sometimes. But hey, it's Lottie's friend now. Beth and Lottie chill and vibe while Ismark makes everyone breakfast like the male wife he is. And Ari wakes up and is like, "Hey, Irina, Ismark, your dad's probably not dead. Congratulations. Bye. I'm awkward. Talk to you later." And then Allegra and Beth, they had a little sidebar talking about Mother. Allegra wanted to ask Mother about her dad, Allegra's dad, the abbot, and just be like, hey, is my dad sus? And Beth said she would ask her mom at some point. So, to start off the day, we rolled encounters, and we got nothing for the first few hours. The weather was nice. It was great. But we did run into a weird stone circle or circle of stones off the side of the road covered in ivy. And Beth, Lottie, and Allegra walked over to investigate. And hey, Irina was going to follow. You know, she's all about that curiosity. She wants to be in the thick of things. But she started to not look so great. Turns out, anti-magic zone fucks with this sorcerer here, so she was feeling a little queasy, eventually passed out on her brother, which is great. But so much happened because of this anti-magic zone. RA started leaving footsteps for their first time in like forever. It was whack and kind of caused RA to have an existential crisis. Let's see. Beth fell unconscious too. That was great. Allegra's lay on hands didn't work. Allegra lit. Okay, so Allegra stole things from Beth while she was unconscious, and then lit them on fire while Beth was still unconscious, and Ra and Lottie were carrying Beth's unconscious body out of the anti-magic zone. We're a hot mess, y'all. Anyway, so lighting the stuff on fire caused a magic surge, and a wild magic surge. I guess Allegra is just really into causing those. So it kind of engulfed Allegra in a dark void filled with glowing white eyes, and it was spooky, and Allegra took some lightning damage as lightning struck the ground around her. So that was fun. So, Ari, the only sensible one in the group apparently, suggested that Ismark, Irina, Beth, and Allegra just walk down the road a little bit. Just go sit down. And then Ari, Kat, and Lottie doubled back to look at the circle of rocks, which was like an obelisk covered in carvings. I think there was a raven on one of them or something. Yeah, a raven on the center slab over a 3-pointed star. But the magic in this circle kind of reminded Lottie of home a little, which was weird and nostalgic for her. And then she succeeded a history check and remembered a place that disappeared from Sylvestris, the world that several of us came from, and somehow managed to avoid taking psychic damage from remembering it. She remembered a town called Villeneuve that was an old kind of Victorian-looking place that was devoured by a weird mist that drained the life force of people who were luckily evacuated for the most part. But Lottie remembered doing, like, archaeology stuff in the crater that was left by this town disappearing. It's been gone for several hundred years in Sylvestris. And that's an interesting little peek into Lottie's forgotten backstory. Kat and Ra also made a couple of checks, and we recognized the symbol of this place indicated that it was dedicated to the Seeker of the forest from one of the three Rosana, which is an old pantheon, old group from the pantheon of Sylvestris that disappeared hundreds of years ago too. So weird that all of this stuff disappeared around the same time in ancient history. Anyway, we noticed a weird slot in the center rock there for like a gem, and the surrounding stones read in witch's script that someone who holds a gem of prescience, which means foreknowledge, can unlock something. It can do something. So we're gonna have to figure that out. One of my goals as RA is to ask Arabelle, who Madame Ava mentioned as her daughter at the next Vistani camp, who is also good at looking into future stuff and other weird magic. Anyway, we all regrouped now that some people are no longer being crazy, and we got the information that RA kind of needed to gather because of a promise they made a long time ago. So we walk, and Allegra offered to carry Irina the rest of the way, so that happened. It's cute, good for them. Lottie recorded the bit about her remembering that town that went missing. And Aria kind of peeked at the notes a little bit, and Lottie was like, hey, you're reading my notes, right? What does sleep feel like? Just kind of out of the blue.
Oh yeah, forgot about the sleep thing.
Yeah. And Aria was like, don't know. I'm asleep for it. And Ismark was like, peaceful. Allegra said, also peaceful. Dreams are cool. And Irina was like, sleep is the best. I love sleep. Sleep is my best friend. And Kat went, the Webster's Dictionary defines sleep as.
I love her.
So we had a fun little interaction there. And Lottie even recorded Percival's input on this, but not Ari's comments.
Your stuff is recorded.
I'm left out. Anyway, we rolled 2 more encounters for the day as it ended, and we didn't really get anything too egregious. We ran into a weird random sign in the woods that said, do not approach. So of course, naturally, the first thing that someone tried to do was approach. Despite Ra and Kat's best efforts, Allegra went up and
I was distracted the entire time because God forbid I look at the side.
Allegra is doing so many things, but hey, luckily it was fine. A cat showed up, and Kat was like, hey, I know that cat. That's a cool cat. That's what Kat said. Anyway.
That's a cool cat.
Kat said that the cat belonged to another witch that wasn't Kat. Different cat. Too many cats. Anyway, then hey, we camped out for the night. We just chilled. Except for Allegra, who wandered off. Again. This time, though, she was just praying, which was totally chill. And she asked Mother Night about her sister, Vasilka, asking if she was safe now that her father's totally whack. And Mother Night said, she's dancing. She's taking classes for dance. And Allegra was like, wait, dancing? We were just invited to a ball. Connection? I've connected 2 dots, and the deity was like, actually, yeah, you did connect. Shit, congratulations. Your family was invited. Allegra also had like a little moment of confession, being contrite, like, hey, I used my dark gift to heal people, and it kind of fucked me up. So Allegra, when she used the dark gift, her scars on her back increased in size, and they now look like full wings instead of just the remains of some that were removed. And then Ari showed up, because Ari's like, hey, can you not wander off? And Allegra was like, no promises, bestie. So they walked back after a little chat. Very important thing that happened is Ari saw something before they walked back. In the grass, there were some evening glories that bloomed that said, "Welcome back, Titania." Naturally, this caused Arya stress, and Allegra was like, yo, you good? And Arya was like, absolutely nothing is wrong. I'm perfectly fine. Everything is great. Let's go back to camp immediately for no reason. And Allegra was like, sick. All right, let's go, best friend.
Hey, Lynx. Not to cartoon your notes. I think it's Tatiana. I don't think it's.
No,
Nope.
Titania,
Titania.
Queen of the Fairies, Titania,
Yeah.
not
Oh.
Lover of Strahd,
Yeah.
Tatiana.
No.
No, that's what I heard at first during sessions. So I'm
You
glad that got
s-
corrected.
You see,
Titania.
what if I added both of them into the world and made it confusing?
Exactly.
True.
Exactly.
Sorry. Continue your notes.
Oh, hey, we're over to Lottie. Yeah, it's you, bestie. Lottie and Kat talked about reborn stuff a little, and about Lottie's patron, Winnie, the child. Specifically, the return of the mind knife that Lottie had gifted to this brainchild. So safe. And also Lottie's agreement with her to give her permission to puppet her body for a day, and how that's just a terrible idea. Yeah.
It's a very normal idea. She's lonely and she should get the experience of walking around the outside world.
Yeah, so that was great. Hey, but then we circled over to Beth and Are, who are sewing and chatting, just girly things. Are was like, hey, deep question. What is self? And Beth was like, self is you. And they actually had a really sweet conversation about that. And they talked about changing shape and the meaning of Beth's hair colors, or at least a few of them. And specifically, it was mentioned that green means she's feeling trusting. And Arya was like, hey, your hair was green just a second ago. Does that mean you trust me? And Beth was like, yeah, obviously. I've been saying this, bro. And Arya's like, holy shit, I have multiple friends? And Beth was like, yeah, dude, we've been friends this whole time since we danced together alone in your room that one night. And Arya's like, whoa, hey, no need to phrase it like that. But hey, they just had a lovely little conversation talking together. It was really sweet. And Arya asked a bunch of kind of personal questions. And Beth was like, hey, let me also ask a couple of personal questions. And Arya was like, nope. No way in hell. So Beth opined that Arya was running to or from something and being intentionally obfuscatory about it. And Arya was like, maybe. Maybe there's no more depth. Maybe what you see is what you get. Maybe you're deep too. Ever think about that? And then Beth was like, maybe. Also, hey, you made a sock. Good job. And then Beth was also like, hey, see, not everything you make has to be for murder. And Arya laughed at the thought of a murder. And then Beth was like, hey, you laughed at my jokes. Let's go shopping when we get to Vallaki. As friends. And Arya was like, oh, you know what? That sounds dope. Hey, it's my birthday in a week. That sounds great. Shopping, birthday. And Beth was like, I have no secret plans for this. But the lovely little conversation ended with Arya conceding, hey, that, stuff's not too bad. We're all here. We can all keep each other alive, watching each other's back. It's great. And then Beth flirted with Arya again on accident or intentionally, who knows? And Arya's having a great time.
The world's biggest polycule.
Yeah, we can all hold hands together. We can all take turns. Anyway, back to Lottie. Lottie, at Kat's suggestion, enters the Mind Palace again by, lucid dreaming with Kat, watching over her body so she can talk to the brainchild. So yeah, we're getting back to that whole situation, that debacle. And Lottie walked in Lottie walked in the middle of a trial that Winnie was holding for a stuffed animal rabbit named Sir Hopkins that had been accused of stabbing another stuffed animal through the heart. This other stuffed animal was named Lady Hummingbird. So that's
Listen,
foreshadowing is a literary device. Lottie tried to talk about Winnie with the whole body overshadowing thing. Like, hey, can we set some terms for this? Does it have to be anytime? And Winnie basically said, anytime I want for a day, your body I get to borrow. That's the terms they set. And she wrote it on Lottie's arm in like this permanent magical contract ink or whatever, so it doesn't rub off. So that is their agreement, and it is permanent and binding. So now Lottie gets to deal with that. And Kat was like, dear fucking God, can you? And then Kat's like, calm emotions on herself to try and not explode. Because Kat is so done dealing with all of her bullshit. But then, hey, more bullshit happened. Kat noticed Allegra walking back into camp in RA's spare clothes that are just a little too small. And Allegra is notoriously not very good at being stealthy. So Kat and Allegra talked about the dark gift and the scars and all of that. And Kat was like, hey, promise me you won't do this again, idiot, affectionate. And Allegra was like, hey, I probably won't. Bestie, I love you. Yeah, so that was cute. That was sweet of them. But also, Kat is having such a great time. Kat's having the best time, honestly. Allegra also ended up asking Kat to get like vibes out there on her stepmother, Amara de Lamont, to see if she's like still living and stuff, and probably is. So Kat's just like our local death detector, you know? And then Allegra left and went to chat with Lottie. They started off by conspiring to find a way to give Kat a relaxing day soon, like a spa day or something. Allegra wants to make a fancy snack in Valaki if she can get the ingredients for everyone to have like a little chill pill, except delicious snack time. But then Lottie decided to bring up the deal that she made with the brainchild, and was like, "Hey, bro, bestie, potential mother figure, is this bad?" And Allegra was like, "Yeah, that's bad." So everyone that Lottie has talked to about this has been like, "That's a bad idea," and Lottie's just like, "Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know, I guess."
Respectfully, there's not that much I can do about it. The deal's already been made.
Yeah, speaking of not much that you can do about for specific events, Lottie talked about how Winnie was holding the trial for the stuffed animal murder of the hummingbird. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Allegra asked for details, and Lottie was like, hey, it's not important. This is just a bird, probably, that was murdered. Anyway, you should talk to my brainchild and become her friend. And Allegra offered cookies to Winnie. Winnie offering cookies. And Winnie gave an owl plushie to Allegra. And Allegra was like, hold up. Hold the phone. I had owl-like wings when I still had wings. So, what kind of bird was murdered by the bunny in your brainchild's house? And Lottie was like, okay, maybe it was kind of a little bit of a hummingbird, just kind of, sort of. And Allegra's like, oh, great. You're not camped next to RA, right?
I love how this is only slightly exaggerated.
Honestly, I am barely exaggerating. I am trying to give a pretty thorough recap because some of the audio was corrupted on last session, so forgive me if this gets a little long-winded. Anyway, so that went great. Allegra moved her tent right next to RA's just in caseies for no reason. And then gave Lottie some cookies and gave more cookies for Winnie and asked Lottie to take the stuffed owl back and give it back to the brainchild, and was very convincing, talked very well with the child, and was like, hey, this will protect you like I would protect you. You take it back. And even though it was intended as a gift, and Winnie's probably some kind of fae, and you generally don't refuse gifts from the fae or else, it actually went really well. To conclude that interaction, Allegra said that she would keep an eye on both Ari and Lottie, so there won't be any issues. So that's fun. Look forward to hearing about that. Hey, we woke up again. Surprise! We have breakfast with more rabbit, and we rolled encounters, and again, we didn't really get any. At least not any bad ones. The weather was actually kind of nice too. Again, snow was melting and stuff. It was nice. Although there was that flock of ravens that kind of followed us as we traveled, which was weird, and one of them was really familiar. You remember the talking raven from the Vistani camp? Yeah, it was that one, kind of leading the pack. But, it was fine. They eventually went on their way. But, while we were walking, Allegra and Kat flirted it up again, more, and Ari was like, oh, get our room, and tried to walk away, and Allegra was like, I'll flirt with you next, and Ari walked faster. This is fine. Why is everyone flirting with Ari? Jeez, I guess they're irresistible or something. Anyway, Irina wanted to take a quick little detour to check out the lake that was kind of nearby that we were walking past, because, she'd been there before, and it was kind of cool the last time when she went. Anyway, as we approached, turns out it's also now an anti-magic zone. It wasn't before. So we were like, hey, let's not go there, actually, because we don't want a repeat of what happened last time of any of that. No one's passing out. No one's causing explosions. It's fine. We're just going to keep walking. And then Irina was like, that's so weird. It's so weird that that's an anti-magic zone now, because I've been having dreams about that place. About, me going as a kid with, Ismark and my dad. Except, there's a big wolf made of mist that would attack me and make me lose consciousness inside the dream. So weird. That couldn't possibly be an omen of anything. So we floated the idea of marching through the evening to make it to Vallaki. We haven't decided yet, but that is in consideration. Ari doubled back to take a closer look at this anti-magic zone for secret reasons. Secret reasons that the group is not privy to, but you, chat, you, the audience, are. Kind of. Almost. Sort of. A little bit. Ari went back to the anti-magic zone and tested out something with their transformation between hummingbird and humanoid form. I didn't explain exactly what happened, but something was confirmed, and it gave them a lot to think about in regard to their supposed true form, according to what Kat said the first time it happened. Ari did take note that the lake had a weird vibe. It was super quiet and still and weird. Probably not a place to go when unprepared or unarmed. Likely combat. Just got the gamer sense tingling. So Ismark was like, hey, Irina, you should learn some practical combat skills in case you can't cast magic. And Irina was like, that's such a good idea, Izzy. Girls' night combat training. Let's go. Girls' night. So we're probably going to do that at some point. And now we are reaching the point here where we have a decision that we can make as a group. We can either force a march and get further from the lake that Irina had a weird dream about and make it to the gates of Vallaki and camp outside. That would get us a late start to the day and some probable exhaustion. Or we can camp out where we're at and then travel in the morning. And we left off wanting to take a vote about that. Dear Lord. Okay, that was a lot of talking. So, what do you guys think?
Vote to Vallaki.
What do you guys think?
How
Good.
far out are we?
All right. You
That's
guys
the
are
decision we have to make.
you guys are 3 hours away from Vallaki.
But we have been
Oh,
traveling.
that's easy. We can
Oh
do
yeah,
that.
we could definitely get there.
You would
Okay,
just
we got
be. It would be under the forced march rules, so you guys would just be making Constitution saving throws. So you have to make a DC 11,
I'm
12,
so
and
good at
13.
those.
And then if you fail it, you get a level of exhaustion. And it's not the worst case scenario because you guys will sleep probably when you get into Vallaki. There's just risk and rewards for either or situation. But yeah, before you guys vote and decide what you want to do, thank you for the recap. You get your inspiration, or you throw it into the pool if you need it. But yeah, this is episode 12. I'm slowly catching up to Cell's campaign. Mark my words. They're at 17. We're at 12. Just 5 episodes away. But, rebooting. This episode is called The Wolfhead Jamboree, which many of you who have played Curse of Strahd may know what this title means. Hooray! But like, yeah,
Hurrah.
exactly how Lynx had stated, you guys are about 3 hours away from Barovia. Not Barovia. You are in Barovia. You are 3 hours away from Vallaki, and, you have to decide if you want to keep walking and get there by, like, 9 p.m. at night, or, just go ahead and camp here and then go in the morning. But I did want them to make that decision without your input, Creepy, since you left early.
Yeah,
That is
because we're
fair.
all in this together.
So we could go, like, continue to march and just take exhaustion or sleep,
It
and then
does
just
sound
go
like
the
we're all
next
in
day.
agreement.
I will say, like, me, the player, I think it's a good idea, but Allegra, the character, would be against forcibly marching when she knows that everyone is kind of tired and that we've been going for a solid day, especially with what happened at the lake.
But we get further from the lake. Safer.
Yes, but at the same time, if we get to the city and we're exhausted, we can't really do much.
But we'll be at a city. Safety, kind of. Probably. Maybe.
Safety in Barovia is never guaranteed.
I'll feel better the further away we are from that place. It felt wrong.
While it may have, it likely is not a great idea to potentially, if because of how the proximity to the lake from Vallaki, if this creature, whatever it may be, is stalking Irina, if we are all too exhausted to fight it.
That's a fair point. I don't know.
Now-
I'm still in favor of walking.
This is very much a personal bias, but more time that I don't have to be in Vallaki is better for me.
Allegra will just gesture to Cat like in agreement. That's 2.
Okay, 2-1 so far. Miss Beth, Miss Lottie.
I mean, I think probably camping just to have energy to deal with things in a way there probably better than exhausting ourselves. But I'm also fine either way, I think.
Okay, nods and looks to Beth.
If we're being stalked, then we might be safer behind walls than behind a tent.
Wouldn't be able to get inside, judging by the things people have said about the
And-
walls and gates closing.
And
but
isn't the camp that we use, nothing can enter it without permission?
I can see I'm outvoted.
Lottie gives you a sympathetic look.
Very well. We will continue at a regular pace. Unless anyone else has an extreme objection to this point. And Ari looks at Ismark.
I think, yeah,
Yes,
because
Rixie.
he's very sleepy. Ismark, who is looking at, who, like, Irina looks like she could sway either way with the opposition, because she thinks she's fine, and you guys are being babies about it. Ismark looks over at her and gives her, like, a look to be like, shut your mouth for a second. I'm talking. And goes, if we stay at the camp, there's a likelihood that, sure, they can't come in, but they're just going to be waiting outside the barrier, right? And then if we force ourselves, then we are at risk of being blindsided on our walk. So they're both shitty
decision is made then.
situations.
We'll set up camp soon then. Alright, just keeps walking and lets the subject drop because clearly we're just outvoted by everyone.
Can I give her like a pat on the shoulder?
You can try.
I'll settle for just joining up walking with her quietly.
Okay, yeah. Alright, would not protest at that.
Probably once again riding and walking.
Mm-hmm.
So just chilling.
Okay, camping times it is then.
Yeah, I imagine you guys. It's a little bit of backtracking just to get off the main roads. My bot has died again. You
Rip.
but I imagine you guys go off of the main roads and like backtrack just a little bit, just to stay away from the lake as possible, like to make sure it's not in viewpoint. Because if Irina's being persuaded in her dream to check out this lake, who knows if she'll sleepwalk at this point.
Right.
So Ismark makes it very clear that we are going to do watches tonight, to ensure Irina doesn't sleepwalk, which kind of works since 3 of you do not sleep, pretty much. You're like in stasis.
We could also tie her to a tree.
No!
There's no guarantee that would work. She is a sorcerer after all.
I
This is
will
true.
burn the tree down. I'm
No,
fine.
you won't.
Yes, I can. Watch, I'll do it right now.
No.
No, do not
Please
burn the
don't.
forests of Barovia. Thank you. We have to have something of beauty in this godforsaken place.
Yes, it's me. Now, we could burn down the tree in that case.
I think she's just pouting, contemplating setting a like produce flame into her hands, but doesn't. But you guys do make up camp. Who is it attuned to? Are you gonna make it Irina?
That'd be actually probably be smart.
Well, not if she does actually end up sleepwalking or disappearing or something. Maybe
That's true.
Ismark.
Okay.
Ismark
But
can't
if
fuck
we
off
give it
until
to
after
Ismark,
tonight.
then he can't go after his sister.
Okay.
I'll take it. I'll take it again.
All right. Lottie can stay behind if some fuck shit happens.
Okay.
I feel like if we put it on Irina, then should she leave, we will all be
Alerted.
vehemently woken up and alert, and so it'd probably be a good idea to put it on her.
Oh,
And then we're alert and aware for whenever the things that are stalking us tries to kill her.
Whatever you all decide.
I'll take it. I can set it up again. That's no problem.
I believe that it probably would be best if we are able to still have the camp up and running, since we are going to have people watching Irina specifically, so that we can keep her in the camp rather than the camp going down and potentially all of us being attacked.
Mm-hmm.
Also, as a note, something that I want to address that happened last session, Allegra did mention while they were all walking to where everyone could hear it, that Lottie should explain to the entirety of the group about the
Something.
dream and the and the bird murder.
The way it was said was vague enough that no one else in the group really knows what's happening, but
But it was said.
yes, I did forget that. I wrote it in my pre-session notes for this session, but I forgot to put it in there. My bad.
You're good.
No, you're fine.
Okay, hey, Lottie's in charge then.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll set up the camp.
Yeah, Lottie, you say the incantation, you set up the large couple of tents. You set up the cute little pocket tent, which was a good idea and good purchase from Maisie's menageries of bits and baubles and what have you.
Very good.
Sounds
Um,
like Ari knows what's useful for camping.
Yeah, having Leomund's tiny hut enchanted on a giant campsite is very good.
Yeah.
So you have become the vessel of the item. So if you get out of this little circle, the camp goes pop. Or if you say the incantation again and then it just reverts itself. Could be a funny joke one day. Just saying.
Eventually, maybe as a joke when we're not in a very threatening situation.
Yeah. But yeah, you guys get settled down. I imagine at some point either Ismark or RA go out and just do. Well, we stated that you guys foraged on the lock.
Yeah. We also probably still have some stuff left over a little bit. Although I did have a question.
Yes.
I did want to see if I could roll for maybe any profitable items from either animals or plants that Ara specifically has collected, not Ismark.
What do you mean by that?
Over the course of the little trip? Like, has Ara been able to skin any beasts and take their pelts or find any worthwhile herbs or something?
I would say, because it's
For
been,
selling.
yeah, 5 days of worth. I would say you do get a couple, like, rabbit pelts, because that's pretty much the most you guys caught. I don't think we've established that you guys have hunted down like a deer. It's mostly just been berries and rations that you guys been working on. But the first couple,
You mentioned a squirrel at one point.
Squirrel, yeah, just small beasts of prey. So rabbit pelts. I guess you can hide a squirrel. You can have squirrel hides.
Squirrel tails are a thing,
Yeah.
I think.
And then I would say you would have been able to collect about 25 gold pieces worth of medicinal herbs.
Cool. Thanks.
So theoretically, you could make a potion of healing with that, or you could sell it to someone in town for money.
For cash money gamers.
Cash money. And I would say Ismark
I
probably
see.
also has 25 gold pieces worth of medicinal herbs, which he would have pawned off to someone. So if you want to say you have 50 gold pieces worth of it, you can.
I mean, is he sure he doesn't want to hold on to him?
No, this is a rich motherfucker. He doesn't need money. And nor does he know how to make potions.
Ari would probably ask Beth if she wanted to make a potion with it for Irina or Ismark. Because Ari saw Beth making something with a little chemistry kit at some point before.
What kind of particular potion? Because it depends on what you're looking to make.
I believe you can make a healing potion with some of these, but I'm not certain. That sort of lies out of my field of expertise.
I think that's a little bit more herbalism as opposed to alchemy. I can do alchemy, but I'm not quite as good at potion making.
Are they different fields then? Different disciplines?
Alchemy is combining reagents and such to create a particular effect, whereas herbalism is the application of natural remedies and such. And I believe potions of healing fall under the latter.
Am I proficient in an herbalism kit? I am not. Alright, I suppose I'll just hold on to it for now then.
Yeah, I did look. Kat is proficient in herbalism tools kits. That's what I thought with the new.
I don't know that.
You don't know that, yes. And nor has she shown to make
Beth
potions.
would know that.
Beth won't say anything.
There you go.
Alright, we'll just hold on to it.
Alright, so you got 50 gold pieces worth of medicinal herbs on you throughout the 5 days of travel that you guys have done. Because with you and Ismark, basically quadrupling production, like produce and stuff with that, or like things you could find foraging.
Mm-hmm.
I just assumed that you would get that kind of amount over 5 days with 2 rangers in the
Yeah, that
party.
makes sense. Cool,
If
cool,
I-
cool. That's all.
It's 5 gold pieces a day, basically, worth of medicinal herbs.
Yay.
Infinite money glitch.
Yeah, that's your infinite money glitch. You gotta find someone who will accept that, because, like, not everyone... Like, if you did it in the village of Barovia, there was, like, one merchant shop, and I don't think he would just take a bunch of weeds from you.
Yeah.
Why are we sir?
It's like, okay, 2 silver pieces. There you go. Thank you for garbage. You guys never
Wow,
met Bill
wow.
Drath, but basically he would have said something like that. Yeah. You guys set up camp. It's all nice, cutesy. Irina is not being shackled to a tree yet.
Yes.
But is there anything during the night you guys want to do? Is Lottie going to have her big speech, or do we want to fast forward to morning?
I would do more sewing with Beth, I think.
Okay.
If she's free.
I do think that Allegra is going to pester Lottie.
Lottie was going to grab you and talk to you on the side about it.
Uh-huh.
Unless Lynx, you want to go first?
They don't have to talk. They talked a lot last time. They can just have casual chit chat, unless you want to talk about something creepy.
No, they're just hanging out for now. Having
they're
a good
just
time.
hanging out.
Yes.
Beth is trying to make her laugh more.
Aw,
Yeah.
probably doesn't work super great.
Yeah, these two are having, like,
Worked last time.
their cute knitting circle in the background while you and Allegra have a conversation with each other.
I think it's a serendipitous moment where Lottie is like seeking out Allegra, and Allegra is like semi-stompy going over to Lottie to pester her about
It's
about the
less
thing.
it's less stompy. It's more very like
Arms crossed, disappointed mom.
yeah, exactly that. It's okay, we talked about this. You need to tell especially RA, because RA could potentially be in danger.
Uh-huh.
That is kind
Yeah.
of how she's approaching it.
Do you want to start off?
Yeah, so Allegra will kind of come over and look at Lottie and go, Lottie,
Yeah.
remember, I had told you, if you do not tell at least RA what you saw, I am going to.
I mean, I think Lottie's probably in the middle of setting up her tent and just like sits, like the ground and motions for you to like join her.
Allegra will gently kneel.
How visibly stressed out does RA look right now?
No more than usual. She's engaging in a casual-looking conversation with reasonable interest.
Could I insight?
You know what? Sure. Do it.
I'm not expecting that much out of it, to be honest.
12.
12.
Ari seems thoughtful, not necessarily in a stressful way, but they have something on their mind that they're thinking about. They're a little preoccupied, so they're distracted, I suppose, is their state of mind.
I think Lottie is like trying to figure out a way to word it in a way. I mean, it's not that I'm avoiding trying to talk about it, which I do know that I have to say something about it. Is it possible that I could do this when we're no longer on the road? Like when we reach Vallaki, or is this something that...
My problem with you waiting any longer than you already have is Winnie could, at any point, not saying that she will, but at any point, take your body over.
Mm-hmm.
And if that becomes a problem, RA could be in danger.
I mean, I don't know. It could also mean nothing. It's like, well,
Lottie.
there's an equal chance that it could mean something. There's also an equal chance that it could just be nothing.
Lottie, listen to me. It is often the case where it is not an equal chance.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the time, especially in Barovia, these things happen for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with someone who is of a difference in planar nature to us. My father is a deva. He is a for lack of a better term, he's an angel. He does not do things without purpose. While your patron may show as a child and act as if as a child, she is powerful. Powerful enough to bestow you with gift, with your magic. That means that she likely also does not do things without purpose. Am I saying that she is a detriment all of the time? No. I don't know why she may have a doubt for a hummingbird specifically, though we only know that it is potentially dangerous. And that is more than enough reason to inform someone of potential danger. Even if it is a slim chance, we must protect the ones around us if we are to survive.
I think she doesn't have like an immediate response to that. Like, is visibly taking in and like critically thinking about it.
While Lottie's thinking about it,
Mm-hmm.
Beth does succeed in making RA laugh loud enough for the whole camp to hear.
You're taunting me in the background. I think she just stares over where RA is.
Ari's having a great time now. Ari is now enjoying Beth's company. They're having a fun little chat, little girl talk.
I think it's just looking between RA and then looking back at Allegra and looking back at RA.
Allegra has a stern but soft expression on her face of, you gotta do this. This is not something that can wait.
Ari seems to be in a good
And
mood for
we're-
once.
Oh.
Mm. I think she just pinches the bridge of her nose about it. I'll talk to Ari tonight about it.
Tonight, win.
Some point tonight.
Honestly, personally, I think the entirety of the group should know. So that we all have the chance to potentially protect RA should RA come to harm.
I think I'd like to hold on. I shouldn't be taking stress right before bed. However, common. Fuck,
That's what I say every night.
Where's the where's the stress mechanics at, God? God, where's the stress mechanics?
D4, D6. Feeling spicy? D6 plus 4.
I am here now.
Hi, Smiles. Hey God,
I was dying.
Hey God, where's the stress mechanics at?
It's in game announcements in this channel.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Major is 1d6, monsters is 1d6 plus 4, moderate is 1d4, and then just minor is 1.
I'm gonna take moderate. I'm gonna take a single D4 of stress and I'm gonna pray about it. Okay, sick. I am not quite at my limit for my my 50%, but I am close. I think she just puts her hands up. Before first watch, sometime before first watch tonight, I'll get everybody together and I'll tell everyone about it.
Good.
I'm just gonna go sit in my tent until then, I think.
Well, first watch is soon.
I know.
The sun is setting.
I will gather everybody together here in a little bit about it. I'm just gonna prepare to say it.
Okay.
And I think Lois is gonna go hang out with the fucking ghost dog and her familiar for a little bit. Before what's a bucket?
Intervention time.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think after that conversation, Allegra is going to walk over to RA and go. I told you I would tell you. I'm walking out of camp so that I can go pray. I will be back in 10 minutes. If not, come look for me.
Okay, you know I only have your best interests at heart. Just
I know. That is why I am doing as you asked and telling you. I trust you, and I need you to trust me that I will be safe.
you know, I won't stop you if you want to dig your own grave. It's your funeral. Do what you want.
I'm not going very far out of camp. I will actually still be in visible range.
You can tell that Ara is joking.
Allegra, who is a very literal person, just kind of stops for a second, thinks about it, is like, "Oh, right, sorry," and then we'll head just into the woods, just out of camp, and pray where she's not visible to most people, but likely Ra can see her if Ra pays enough attention.
Ara probably does pay enough attention. They're good at doing that with their 17 passive perception.
Okay.
Big old peepee right there.
Allegra, do you want to roll a D100?
Yeah, I can.
Thank you. Okay.
That's
Nothing.
28.
Nothing happens on your excursion outside of just being 60, 90 feet away from the party.
Yeah, it's not. Seriously, she's not very far.
Yeah.
She's just hidden enough where she does not have to wear her armor, so that her the scars can be exposed to the wind.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Is there any?
This is her self-care, her self-care stuff.
Yeah. Is there anything you want to ask Mother Knight before you go back to camp?
She is mostly just praying to Mother Knight specifically to protect Ra, because she's very worried about her.
Yeah. Okay. You do a quick little prayer, and in response to your prayer, you just get one small little evening glory that just blooms a little bit by the roots of a tree.
She is going to walk over to it, gently pick it, and then when she walks into camp, she's going to try and sleight of hand it into Ari's hair.
You can
Okay.
try.
Yeah, do a sleight of hand check.
She is terrible at this, but she's gonna fucking try.
You gotta beat RA's passive perception, so 17.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
Oh,
19!
Wow.
I want to know how you do this.
So essentially, Allegra is just going to come over and and smile at RA as she's entering the camp and go, "See, I told you I would be back." And then she'll slip her hand near RA's cheek, gently brush it with the back of her hand. And as she does that, she'll slip the flower behind RA's ear and just keep walking.
All right, freezes for a moment and then puts their face in their hands and mutters, oh, this is more than flesh and blood can stand. And they take a moment to emotionally recover after whatever that was. A little flushed, but then they get back to their sewing.
By the
does
end,
Ari ever discover the flower?
Probably eventually.
Yeah,
I
I'd say-
assume they run their hands through their hair at some point.
eventually through the night, you'll notice that you have a white evening glory in your hair.
And that only makes it worse.
Yeah, I know.
I think maybe Ari notices when Beth points it out.
Wait.
When did Beth get there?
What? But,
The flower in your hair?
and Ari pulls it out and looks at it for a second. I didn't even notice. When did that get there?
I think
And then they realize the only person who has touched their head or their face recently was Allegra, and that casual caress of the cheek was also putting a flower in their hair, and their face changes color again. So weird. Ari stows the flower away somewhere, and okay, I'm gonna say Ari puts it in the pocket of holding.
Snoozy and I discussed this where it's just kind of like, I guess, in a weird way, the bag of holding, the pocket of holding in this case, is very similar to the chest of preservation. Because it's just like, it's being vacuum sealed in space. So it's not gonna wilt while it's in there. Or decay. Okay. The knitting circle is happening. And then Lottie, you are going to spill the beans before your before first watch, right?
Yeah, before first watch.
Okay. So I imagine you very nervously come up to everyone when dinner is being served. And everyone's just kind of sitting in like the little log benches around the campfire, just eating food. And it's a very scary and eerily familiar sight of your dream space. But instead of Winnie and stuffed animals, it's your party. And then all you could just see...
Is she... No, go ahead.
I was just like, all you could just keep thinking about is just Winnie having the trial. And you just like look over to see if she's here, and she's nowhere here at the moment.
Uh-huh. I look nowhere around the camp circle, just.
Nope.
Sick. Okay. I feel like as building up the nerve, just keep staring between Allegra and at her book, which is just, it's not even writing at this point. It's like an entire page filled with nervous drawings on it. I'm stretching because my back hurts and I'm old. Yeah, I think it's once it's starting to everyone's starting to finish up dinner, it's just there's no head of the table, so to speak, but just I think picks a spot probably near Cat, probably just off of instincts. It's suddenly there's Lottie behind Cat, pacing a little bit. But she'll clear her throat and stare at Allegra. So I have some information that appears to be important to the group to know. She says, not at all, just dancing around the bush at this point.
Should I be worried?
A little.
I think even before like says that, it's literally painted all over her face. Well, if
Lottie, it's all right. You can have a heart-to-heart with us, and I don't think anyone will react too poorly, most likely, if you're worried about that.
I just need to take a deep breath before you start talking.
Allegra's just going to lay a hand on Cat's shoulder and go, "It is good that we will know. Trust me."
So we're all vaguely aware of when a person, my patron, whatever, up there.
Yes.
So when I was talking to you to iron out the deal that we talked about earlier,
What deal?
it's it's not the thing I need to talk about right now. Later, not right now.
It is an important detail.
It does seem like the
And
heart of the matter.
well, not quite. Okay, so when I got in there through meditation, she was holding a fake murder trial with a bunch of stuffed animals. And I had just gotten there before she could finish the punishment, execution, whatever it is. It was actually kind of a setup similar to this around a campfire. God, do I have calm emotions for myself? I should have calm emotions on my character sheet. Do I have it? I do, but I don't have the spell slot for it. Fuck.
Just take the stress. You'll be fine.
No, if I take any more stress, I am in affliction territory.
Cat can summon it. Or summon it? Cat can cast it.
Sick.
What I think it is like just for like the idea of it, Cat casts it on herself, but you're in the radius of it, so you can also choose to receive it. But like Cat casts it on herself before you start talking to be like, okay, I'm just going to do some preventative measures.
Great.
So
Yikes.
anybody in the radius can heal a D4 stress.
Can.
Please.
I would like to resist.
Can.
Sure.
Yeah.
Woo!
What's the save on
helped.
that?
To resist, it's a charisma save.
Yep, make a
Okay,
charisma
cool.
save.
God, it
19.
sounds like I'm
Yeah.
drawing it out.
Yeah, you save against
Smart.
being calmed.
19.
Beth does not. I take a D4 of no stress.
You take a D4 of stress healing.
I take one.
One.
But
I'm
gleeful.
no longer hallucinating.
Yay!
I was gonna say during your
Oh, you don't. I will say you don't drop your affliction when you go under the threshold. You drop an
Well,
affliction
fuck,
during a
I'm-
week-long rest.
Oh, goody.
Cat gets
This is
a
fine.
sus look.
no, but what does
So if
sorry,
I get
so what does happen specifically with calm emotions suppresses your affliction during the minute it's up or during the duration.
Yes,
So
that's fair.
right now you're no longer hallucinating, but once the duration is over, you are going to start hallucinating again or go whatever
Okay.
the affliction was called. I can't remember it's top of my head.
whatever it
Yes.
is, it's all blue. Everything's blue in her hair. Various shades of blue. It's okay.
I think that being done, Lottie takes a deep breath. She was holding a fake murder trial because, and I think pulls out her notebook. Did I write this down? Did I write this down exactly? I did. there was a rabbit plushie on trial for killing a lady hummingbird that I came across, and it just sort of got left like that. But I was told to tell everybody, and I did. That's it.
You are leaving out the important detail of what the deal is that you made with Winnie, which makes this more important.
You just said I had to tell him about the trial.
Yes, but
Miss Lottie, if you've made a bargain with a Vater entity, it is something that others should know. The consequences of any kind of deal can be dire, heart-rending even, especially if not dealt with in an adequate time frame.
I mean, there's nothing that can be really done about this. It's already set in stone. There's nothing I can change about it.
Precautions can still be taken.
Hey, what languages can Ari read?
That's a good question. Common, Elvish, Sylvan, Dwarvish, Avian, Thievescan, Witch Script, Primordial.
So, what is the deal written on Lottie's?
It's in Sylvan.
It's in Sylvan. She is on the bold assumption that most people can read Sylvan, is gonna hold out her arm. Because she was a very brave girl about everything up until that point. Did I write it down? Did I write down what the deal?
I did.
I did not write it in my notes. Could you send it to me so I can put it in my notes?
Let me find it. Okay, yeah, it was any time I want for a day, your body I get to borrow.
And if you can read Sylvan, Allegra already knows this, Kat already knows this, Beth, and I guess it's just Beth and Ara. I think both of you can read Sylvan, right?
Mm-hmm. So you
Yes.
stick out your arm?
Yep.
Okay, I think Ari would read it aloud for the class. So yeah, we get a... Anytime I want for a day, your body I get to... Oh, that's worded so confusingly. I get to borrow.
Mm-hmm. Life nods.
Well, you'll get it back.
I do. It's only for a day. I
Which
made
does
this.
mean she can't... If it's
I made
only
this
borrow, that doesn't mean she can't kill it.
I was less worried about killing Lottie and more the hummingbird.
She's a child. I feel like that's not a concern. I
They were
played like
stuffed
that as a kid.
animals.
Yes.
My brother did far scarier things when he was a kid. He turned out
In fact,
fine.
I don't think the trial is all that worrying.
I think. Well, he's just like staring at it, like brows figured a little bit. It's the comment of less worried about Lottie's body dying, and more so worried about the murder trial. That's kind of got her a little goofed up.
Allegra at this point is like, she looks so done with the situation because her concern was not, she does not think that Lottie's patron is going to hurt her because because of the relationship Lottie and Winnie have. However,
Right.
the symbolism of a hummingbird being murdered is what she's frustrated with. And she's just gonna go, you folks are right. You are correct. I am going to go to my tent. Please do not bother me for the evening. And she will just leave, just cursing under her breath in Celestial.
Sleep well.
Ari kind of pats Lottie on the knee like, you acted like you were at knife point trying to get that out the whole time. It doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. You said she was a child, right?
That's what I've been saying. didn't entirely think it was that serious. I mean, there is the chance that it could be, but also she's a kid, and kids do really weird shit.
I'm not worried. He who lives by the sword shall die by the sword, you know? It's no big deal. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
If something happens, we'll deal with it.
Okay. I'm gonna have to work on a way to make this up to Allegra, I guess. It's a weird thing just to go, hey, by the way, this happened. I was gonna bargain to talk about it some other time, but Allegra wanted me to talk about it now. So
Well, take heart. It'll be fine.
okay. Alright. She's Allegra does know we have watches tonight, right?
She does, and she'll take hers last.
Okay. It's fine. There's only the I did take stress because I was like, oh, I pissed her off.
Mhm.
This is great. This is fine. I've never been better.
Yeah.
First, I am willing to take first watch. If Kat wants to join me on first watch.
I think Ara would offer to either take a watch with Allegra or the one before Allegra.
Probably with her might be good.
Yeah, because like the majority of the night, what you can see from Allegra's tent is just a lot of very angry silver glowing.
Yeah.
Of her just kind of sitting and trying to, I guess, calm herself
Mhm.
from how genuinely frustrated she is that her concerns of, one, RA's safety, and two, the potential that is definitely not just the musings of a child because of how much power Winnie has. And so she's sitting there in her tent just kind of trying to meditate, but I think her power, what power she holds, is slowly just kind of cycling through like her eyes, her scars, and it's just like a silver glowing of like she does when she smites or uses lay on hands.
So it'd be
Them?
Kat and Lottie. And then Ismark can join for one of them, or he'll just take a watch by himself if need be.
Beth will do second watch.
Aria, do you want to be with Beth, or you want me to throw Ismark in there?
Ismark or would be my choice. Although if I can briefly talk to Allegra at some point at any time, that will be fine. Either or. Both would be fine.
I think you can definitely have a conversation with Allegra first thing in the morning, because like,
Okay.
I will say if Ismark and Allegra are on the same watch, something will happen that will make Ismark just kind of wake everyone up early
Oh no. Okay.
in a good
To
way.
know.
Or a
Let's
bad way.
avoid that.
Okay. So how do you want to do it?
I think maybe
Uh,
Ismark with Beth.
Ismark and Beth would be fun.
Okay. Alrighty. We will do these very quickly. Alright. So, Kat and Lottie, verbatim, I will say that nothing bad will happen on these watches. The D100 was already rolled to see if something bad did happen the moment you guys when someone left the camp. This is gonna be a restful watch until the morning. And then that's when you guys roll your last 3 encounters. For your last 3 hours of travel. And then maybe an extra fun D100. For seeing the
Yeah,
morning.
for funsies.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you guys, Lottie and Kat, you don't have to roll perception checks, you don't have to do anything. If you guys just want to talk, you may chitter-chatter to
Yeah.
your heart's desire.
God, I imagine this is, like, not too long after everything happened. Like, the whole, hey, by the way, here's so much information. And I think Li's still coming down from, all of the panic that she was dealing with. I don't think she's gonna necessarily bring that up, but I think she's gonna look at Kat's arm, like quizzically, like tilting her head a little bit. And she goes, hey, Kat, question.
Yeah.
This isn't me dropping a whole bunch of shit on you this time. I've been doing that a lot recently.
It's fine, Lottie.
It's
You just you make me stress out because I care about.
I think she it does alleviate her mood a little bit. Also probably makes her blush a little bit, a baby bit. How does your arm work?
Oh, not the question I was expecting. So I have bones grafted. Grafted's not the right word. Magically attached to my skin. And she'll like pull up her sleeve and you see like just under her bicep is where the arm connects. So like you can see like all the elbow bones, the forearm bones, the hand bones. It's not like raising the dead, because when you're raising the dead, you're only working with dead tissue.
Right.
When you're grafting dead tissue onto living tissue, that's a little bit more of a peculiarity. So I have to make the arm think it's alive in order for it to remain completely compatible. So I take the life energy of small animals, little rodents or vermin, you know, like rats, rabbits, so on and so forth. And I imbue the hand with that. And as long as that living energy courses through it, it remains compatible with my living arm. But that kind of magic does put some wear and tear on the bones. Right. So every once in a while, I do have to swap them out with some new bones. My original hand is long, long gone.
That's interesting. I don't have to do that for mine.
You don't have to feed your arm?
No. No, I can actually take it off if I need to. I can show you.
Please. I'd be most intrigued.
So I think her arm goes almost to the shoulder. I think it's what we talked about. So I think it's her left. So she takes her, like, pulls off, like, the left porcelain arm, just kind of holds it. And it's like, feel like it's like a little limp, just hanging in there. It's my arm.
I will say, sorry, I muted myself. I will say that it is very uncomfortable taking your arm off and putting it back on.
Oh, I imagine.
Because, you know, it's reconnecting to nerves and you're just, like, kind of disconnecting it. So you do get, like, you get a pain in your shoulder when you do this. And then if you keep your arm kind of away from your body for too long, you will start feeling, like, phantom pains of, like, what your arm used to be.
she doesn't do it that often.
Yes.
It's a rare case, but yeah, she is kind of holding it closer to her, but it is detached because it can do that. And it's like, I think I've drawn it like so many times, but it's got like gold where like the joint would bend, and it's like white, and I think right now it's like red orange, all of like the little decorations on it. But yeah, she's kind of like moves it, and like the joint just kind of limply moves. It's not entirely comfortable to take off and put back on, and I can't really move it that far away from me. But in like the worst case emergencies, it does come off.
I see. I wish I could take my arm off, because there are times where it's nice to not have to worry about the extra pressure, where it's nice to just kind of let the stump breathe.
Right?
But
I mean, to be fair, it would probably be nice for you to not have to worry about feeding it at all times if you could just like take it off for a little
yeah,
bit.
it's definitely, I've gotten used to it, but there have been times where I panic when I can't find a rat or something nearby to harvest.
I mean, I have to imagine here, I feel like rats shouldn't be all that uncommon, if I gotta be honest.
Well, you know, when you hunker down in the same area for a little bit and then you take out most of them.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. I think as she's talking, she'll reattach it and just like kind of go through like the motions of the weird uncomfortability of it reattaching. Kind of probably pulls a face a little bit.
Not pleasant.
No, so like it's got the nerves connect, and she'll like kind of gesture to where it connects up by the shoulder.
Yes, neither of us have mundane prostheses. Which...
So it's like pulling it off is separating the nerves, and then you put it back together, it's reconnecting the nerves. And if you hold it away far enough, it gives me phantom pains, and it's not great.
I get them occasionally, so I understand.
Yeah,
you know, because my arm simulates having nerves, but obviously it's just bones.
Can I? I think like if she like makes a gesture to your hand, can I? This is gonna sound so weird. Can I hold? Can I feel what your hand feels, or is it just like bone? Or...
You know, she hands it out. She just holds her arm out.
God.
It just, you know, it just feels like bones. Like there's no sensation of magic pulsing through it. It's like there is a weird thing where Kat's body is like stone cold because she's a reborn.
God, I think Lottie's like holding it with holding it with like resting it on her porcelain hand, so it makes like the little tink touching like the glass. And it's just her like moving the joints and like looking very intrigued. Listen, I could have just said, "Hey, can I hold your hand?" in a very direct way, but I was like, "Listen."
See, here's the thing: because you formed it as like, I'm inquisitive about how your hand works. Kat is not of the opinion that she's holding your hand right now. Kat's of the opinion that you are inspecting her prosthetic.
I think for a second, she almost goes for the motion of like when you're holding someone's hand and you interlock the fingers. A cat probably catches it like a millisecond before she blinks and stops and just like lets her hand go back to her. That's neat. I think she is probably blushing a little bit, but is also very in the way that a researcher is very excited to see a new thing they haven't seen yet. But also, oh my god, I just held your hand technically. And is like like on occasion, looking away with the excuse of keeping an eye out.
Is something wrong, Lottie?
No, everything's fine.
You seem
Everything's-
nervous.
I must just be residual nerves from earlier.
I see.
You can insight check that if you want.
Kat doesn't know to insight check it. So you tell her at face value, yeah, it's nerves from earlier. And Kat's like, all right, fair. And then doesn't look into it anymore.
Damn, Lottie blushing and going, oh, I'm just nervous from earlier. There's no science there. Not at all.
Not for Kat.
God, that's fair. Technically held your hand in the most literal sense. But yeah, I think it's a lot. I think she keeps staring at it, in a mix of like, how do I say this without sounding so fucking gay? In a mix of,
just say it gaily.
in the mix of like, what if I just held her hand again? To hold her hand again. She's not gonna outright say it, but I think that's just like a lot of the rest of the night, and probably for a good chunk of the future. It's just like staring at her hand, and indirectly going, "Damn, I could just ask to hold her hand. Would that be weird?" I think it's just. I think at one point is spacing out on watch, just staring at your hand, thinking about holding your hand.
Incredible.
Unless Kat wants to comment on it, I have nothing else.
Nope.
Lottie.
Nope. Sorry, babes. I'm forcing this to be slow burn. No, Kat does not comment on it.
Listen, it's fine. It's just research. God, it's just research, guys. It's only research. Surely.
I got a bunch of friends who like to rush into romance, and I'm like, nah, I'm making you wait. That's my condition.
Nah, I mean, listen, look at me, right? I don't know if Lottie is going at it from like I like you reason. It's more of like, that was a really nice sensation, actually. Yeah. I think I'm gonna make a roll. Let's see if she can pull her brain together enough. No, I was gonna be like, maybe she can like pull her brain together enough to ask her opinion on the murder trial. Cannot.
No, that's fine. You just sit there in gay silence.
We're just chilling. Look, don't you ever just be normal with your friend and talk about your arms together?
What if we sat under a tree and held hands and we were both girls? Ah ha ha ha.
Yeah.
So once the conversation lulls, Kat will summon Percy and just spend the rest of the night like petting him.
I feel like the ghost dog and fucking familiar are probably semi nearby.
Yeah.
Just like chilling, running around.
All three
creature
of the
type.
familiars. Yeah, it's just a creature feature. With all three of the familiars and Kat and Lottie. During their 4 hours of rest. Well. Yeah, because rest shifts are usually like what, 4-hour shifts, or is it every 2 hours? I don't remember.
Good question.
I don't do I don't do watches that much in games.
I think it's every 2.
4 hours.
It's
2
usually
hours.
2 to
Never
4
above
hours.
2 hours. Oh no. Everyone's debating.
So
We can settle
in
on
most
4.
groups, it's 2 hours. In groups that have PCs who can trance or who have features where they need limited sleep, like for example, Kat, who's a reborn, then it's usually an alternating 4 hours.
You're so smart.
Yeah. Like, because Kat, Lottie, and Beth only need to just kind of hang out for 4 hours. And they get their
Yeah,
sleep.
Kat needs to be catatonic for half the night, and then she's good.
Yeah. I'm gonna be catatonic about holding hands.
Yeah, but the other, you got 2 humans, Allegra and RA, who actually need the full 8 hours of sleep.
Cat and Lottie can do 4 hours. Beth and Ismark can do 2, and Ari and Allegra can also do 2. That's 8 hours right
Yep,
there. That's
there you go.
pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sleepy mortal man
Change
needs to
of the
sleep.
shift.
Oh no.
But yeah,
Shift change.
the shift, the night shift does get changed. At some point, Ismark relieves you 2 of your duties of keeping watch. By
Goody.
yeah, and he kind of spends his time like sharpening his weapons with like a whetstone, just to keep sure that they are in fact sharp and kept care of. And eventually, I imagine Beth just kind of skips over and joins him in the silence.
Ismark,
Uh-huh.
I had a question for you.
Well, we're sitting here for 2 hours, so go for it.
Well, you don't have to sound so sad about it. I was just gonna ask if you knew how to dance.
You see, he pulls like a contemplated look. And he's like, I know the basics. Why?
If we're going to a formal ball, you should know how to dance. The basics aren't enough. You're going to be meeting the Count.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Do you at least have an outfit?
Didn't the letter say that they would provide something? I mean, we're going to Valaki, so I can probably pick up a
Yes,
suit.
but you don't. Okay, and then we'll figure out how to get you how to dance, right? I'll teach you.
Sure. Yeah. You're gonna teach me how to dance.
Yes. Can't be that hard. You're not
And
completely hopeless on the battlefield, and you know how to move your feet, so I feel like that's a good skill to have.
you see he like rolls his eyes, contemplating your like word choice. And he goes, do I have to? Because I'm pretty much planning on just standing to the side and then letting you all do your movements.
Well, that would be insulting, wouldn't it?
I really don't care.
You can't insult your host. You should care. Come here, stand up. Beth is gonna start pulling him up.
It is met with resistance at first, but I feel like you become more like, come on, up, 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 up. And he finally just lets out a deep sigh, puts his weapons to the ground, whetstone to the side, and then we'll stand up and be like, all right.
Okay, we should probably... No, we should figure out who your dancing partner's gonna be. We gotta find a form that's a little bit more comfortable. And Beth will turn into Ore. Right. Let's go.
Hold on. He is very... Irina mentioned to him at some point that you looked like her in, like, passing. And he thought it was just like, oh yeah, fun little japes or like a trick of a magic. But the longer you guys have been hanging out as a group, he noticed that you really don't have magical prowess. But he never really questioned what Irina meant. And then upon you shifting, now looking like RA, he just kind of blinks at you with bewilderment. And then goes, This is weird. You could go back to you.
No, I feel like this is the right height for dancing.
Then be Allegra or something.
No, hand on my waist. Come on. Unless you want me to lead.
Give a persuasion check with advantage.
I can do that.
Yeah, otherwise you are going to lead.
21.
Okay, yeah. He will bite back whatever he is thinking in the moment about how weird this situation is, and will follow your instructions.
Good. No, Beth will follow him through a very basic waltz, slowly picking up the speed over time.
Mm-hmm. And make him roll a performance check to see if he gets it.
Yeah.
Dexterity
Roll a
check?
performance check to like aid him.
Yeah, I would say you could do your performance check to aid him, and then that will lower his DC to like see if he got the point across. He does have
Okay,
a +1 to
there we go.
performance. Otherwise, you guys will be spending the whole entire night, or the 2 hours dancing. Okay, performance. Oh, yeah, no. There you go.
Okay.
Dang. Ismark got some moves.
Ismark with a natural 20 seems to at
Better than a
first
2.
yeah, with Beth also rolling just a regular 21 with a +7. Ismark at first was disbelieving. It was just kind of playing along with you just so you would leave him alone later on. And then through the next couple of like 10, 20 minutes into dancing and learning the steps, you see that he... Oh, did my Wi-Fi go out?
No, you're good.
No, okay. I just heard
We can
my
hear you.
computer make a scary beep sound. But over time, he becomes more calculative, and he is actually taking your instructions to heart. He lets you lead a couple of bits while you're teaching him how to dance, and then he'll in return replicate that for you. But you seem confident that he knows at least the basics of a waltz.
Great. We'll practice some more over time. You've got about a week to prepare.
So, beyond knitting circle every single night, you're going to be trying to teach me how to dance every single night?
Well, I'm evidently a good teacher. I know what I'm doing.
And you're doing this out of the kindness of your heart? Or trying to make sure I don't make a fool of myself in front of everyone?
Well, I feel like there's always a skill that can be taught to somebody. I feel like it might be a little unsettling for Ismark just because this is an Ore with bright yellow hair.
Yes.
I should mention. It's good practice, and I wanted to ask you some questions while we did this.
You see, he wants to say something, like, and then he goes, "No, it would be stupid if you were asking me questions during dancing." Okay. Now that we're done, and he's kind of seeing if, like, you agree with him that they're done. You two are done for the night. Brioche!
We can be done for the night. You've made good progress. I didn't even need to use strings.
There's an eyebrow raised by the string comment, but he doesn't ask about it. Instead, he kind of puts a hand out as, like, a motion of, like, okay, go on with your questions.
What happened to Irina by the anti-magic zone? We have other people here who are adept in the arcane, but nobody became woozy like her.
You see he scratches the back of his neck and goes, we always assumed it was because, like, where my magic comes from practices of the primeval, or a wizard learning it from a book or what have you. Warlocks asking for power. I guess it'd be the same. Well, I guess if a warlock walks in, they just have no connection to their patron. I don't know. I'm not really into the arcane science of all this stuff, but what we always assumed was because her whole entire body is made of magic. You know, being a sorcerer, you're just born with it, and it's like walking into those zones completely nullifies half of her being of existence.
Interesting. And you practice primeval sorts of magic?
Yeah,
How did How did you get started with that?
Dad used to take us hunting. The Vistana at the inn, were very well adept at magic. And one of them was a druid. So she taught me the basics of. Dad always said that the primeval was in our blood, seeing as our great, grandmother, insert a lot of greats, used to be a very powerful druid when they found the village of Barovia.
But, sorry, I don't think Irina uses primeval. Wouldn't she have that if it's in their blood?
You see, he looks a little unsure on your question. And goes like, absentmindedly scratch at the side of his cheek and goes, yeah, that's kind of the issue.
How so?
At some point, we're gonna have to tell you all. I think you mentioned that she told Allegra at some point, but you know the whole thing about the Count and his curse, right?
I mean, suppose.
You're looking at the reincarnation right there.
Okay. That only gives me more questions.
Yeah,
Why is
trust
your
me.
form so difficult to take? I don't think you could answer that, actually.
No, I don't understand how what you did to look like RA works.
Well, I can do it to you too. And she'll turn into Ismark.
Uh-huh. I don't
I
know.
mean, when I do it to Irina, it's a little weird. It feels wrong. It feels right? I'm not sure.
Do you have a thing for my sister or something? Maybe that's why? Did you get into an argument?
I don't think so.
Do you
I
feel...
just turned into her once, and something was wrong. Mother gave me dolls about it, and then Allegra set them on fire, and I need to have words with her.
Yeah, that should be something you guys should talk with each other about. You should also maybe explore why this is happening with Irina. Or do it again.
Well, it happened another time with Allegra's sister was a little bit weird to turn into, too. I'm sure there's a connection there somewhere.
Ismark has. I was thinking in my head. I don't think Ismark has ever met Allegra's sister. But I would imagine Allegra has talked about Basilka during like the younger times where she used to come and visit. And
I think it would be like a lot of. I think it would be a lot of Allegra asking how to be a better big sibling from him specifically, because she values Ismark's opinion a lot.
Yeah. So you see he shrugs his shoulders like, I never met her sister, so I don't know. Maybe there's something you're guilty about, some kind of internal emotions you're struggling with. I don't know. Are you okay?
I'm alright. Are you okay? You always seem so sad. It's hard to tell. Nobody else wears their emotions like I do.
He scrunches his face when you ask if he is okay. And I think through the course of just being out there, with him, you've noticed that he has been getting a little clammy just throughout the night, even though it is a cool winter night. And he keeps like passively looking into the woods behind you when you guys were dancing. So his attention's not always focused on you. He just seems like he's always alert for some reason. And he just kind of goes, when we get to Valaki, we'll be fine. I am sorry, I guess.
Now, I don't see. If you're stressed now, I feel like that should be something worth addressing.
Okay, it's really hot right now. And my sister could be sleepwalking at any moment right now because of a stupid dream she never told me about.
She sleepwalks. Does that happen often?
She did it when she was younger. Hasn't done it in a while. Always talked about some kind of stupid dream that would just happen and then it would lead her to walking around.
If it hasn't happened in a while, why are you worried about it now?
Because she just spoke about a fucked up dream, and the fucked up location of said dream is like that way. And it's about like a 20-minute walk from us.
Everyone here has fucked up dreams.
Yes, I understand. You all have fucked up dreams. I am more stressed out because this is my sister. And sure, Dad's okay thanks to all of you. But beyond Dad, she's the only other living relative. And right now she is plagued and cursed with the stupid bullshit reincarnation cycle that we have to deal with because of the Lord.
Go on, this seems like it's cathartic for you.
I think you say he goes on, and he was like, you want me to be calm? All right, let me just... And I'll grab one of his hand axes. And he's not aiming towards you. He just chucks it at a tree and lets it sink in.
That's good. That's anger management.
Okay. I think we can't have all of our dancing end with therapy. I might lose it on you.
Wouldn't that be cathartic still?
No.
I feel like that'd be a good thing if you lose it at some point. You deserve it.
I appreciate this. Give me every other day we could have these kind of conversations that are deep, philosophical, and why am I angry with the world, and if you are okay.
Do that. Would it help if you had a moving target?
Maybe another time. I don't want... We're supposed to be on watch. We're also... I don't want to draw any unwanted tension because of the people of Valaki see or hear fighting. They might bar us from going in.
Alright. What is your plan? Do you have a plan?
I think he just lets out a deep sigh, sits back down, legs crossed. He's not gonna retrieve his one of his silvered axes because it's just lodged into a tree. He'll get that in the morning. But he just sits down and goes back to sharpening his other hand axe and goes, What do you mean by plan? What?
Well, you're obviously pissed off about the whole thing, but what are you gonna do about it?
Do about what, Beth?
The fact that a strange old person wants to kidnap your sister.
I don't know. It's not... I can shove her into the church, but who knows how long that'll work. And it's not fair for her to be sequestered in a church for the rest of her life. Get stronger, I guess.
So we kill the Count.
Sure. Yeah. We could try.
Were you not in that room with the old lady with me?
Yes.
I feel like that was exactly what we were told to do.
We could do that. We could end something else. We could try to play nice. We can do many
Play
things.
nice.
Yeah.
I feel like ending with killing them would be the most permanent solution.
But the problem is, and you know, killing her or killing them doesn't solve the problem. They're gone for a couple of days, couple of months at best. They come right back.
But then we find something more permanent.
Yeah.
Put them in a box.
Sure.
If we could find the right type of iron, we could chain them down.
And you see he's listening to you. And he starts spitballing, like, just absurd things that you guys could do. That clearly both of you know it's not like a long-term plan, but it's a temporary solution. Like, yeah, we could probably chain the Count, but who knows how long those chains will break. Or we could try staking them and then throw them at the bottom of the ocean or bottom of the lake and see how long that will take. But then the wood would rot from the stake and then they'll be awake again.
We could do whatever Mother did to Father. I could ask.
I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be murder, but we could... I don't know about your mother.
Well, I feel like if she murders something, it stays pretty dead.
Sure. But if that was the case, wouldn't she have done something to the Count herself?
Well, no, I think her best friend has a deal with the Count, so I don't think she can yet.
And her best friend is who again?
Baba.
Hold on. He's gonna... You see an array of emotions go through his face. He looks at you, looks down at his hands, looks back at you, and goes, Okay. Nope, the puzzle pieces are coming together. This makes so much sense about you. Okay. I think I'm gonna go wake up Allegra now. Gonna go to bed.
Okay. I'll stop needling you.
Yep, we can continue this conversation maybe tomorrow. Good night, Beth.
That was a joke, Ismark, because I do leaving. Good night.
And you have confused this man way too much.
Proper baffled him in 2 hours.
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. You start this going like, hey, let's dance. And then go, hey, what's up with Irina? What's her deal? And why do I do this? And are you okay? And Ismark's going through a lot of emotions right now. And then you go like, yeah, no, my mom's friends with the Baba. You know, the great hag of Barovia. Uh-huh. And he's like, nope, I'm exiting this conversation while I can. Allegra, at some point, you get waken up by Ismark, who does the very similar thing that he does to Irina, where he kind of kicks your foot and goes, your turn for a watch.
I think what he sees as Allegra, like, exits,
Yeah.
her tent is the glowing begin to stop. And, like, what he sees on her face is she's, like, wiping away the very visible silver that's down her cheeks. And she's like, I'm coming. Thank you.
Okay. And if Beth is still out there, he'll point to her and look at you and go, good luck with her. I'm going to bed.
You forgot to wake up RA.
Not my problem.
Nope, it's your problem now.
Yeah, you've got to wake up, Ari. I have to get set up to do the watch. Ismark, please, if you would. I had a rough night.
I've already had a dance with Ari tonight. I've
Oh,
filled my
really? You
quota.
have?
Yep. He doesn't continue. He's just gonna keep walking to the tent where he assumes Irina is at.
Beth will turn into Ismark and go wake up RA.
Okay.
So this Ismark has just bright yellow hair still.
Okay.
Great. Okay. Hey, so Ara is a heavy sleeper.
Yes, this is why Ismark said no to this option. He was like, I'm not doing this again.
Beth is shaking RA vigorously. Wake up, wake up,
Okay.
wake up. Get up.
Yeah, it only takes a few seconds, and then Ari looks up at you, eyes very wide, very not completely awake. Smiles briefly, then squints and sits up and starts getting up and getting ready. My turn.
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Beth. Squinting still.
No, I am a sad druid man.
Okay, sure. Go sleep or whatever you do.
I'll try. Have fun.
Mm-hmm. And Ari gets out of the tent.
Beth will go to her to normal and sleep.
When Ra gets over there, Allegra is essentially in like a lotus pose, just kind of sitting and like fingertips together. She's in full armor, but she is just intently watching the forest. But also, it's very clear that her focus is not actually there.
Ari stands in front of you for a minute and then clears her throat to try and get your attention.
She'll like snap her attention up and go, "Yes, Are."
You don't use hand axes, do you?
That's, I believe, the ones that I traded Ismark for this sword. She'll pat the sword on her hip.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and get this down then. Ari's gonna try and remove it from the tree.
Make a strength check. Athletics.
And not my strong suit, ironically. 10.
No.
Allegra will come over and just like reach just past Ra, like over her shoulder, and then just try and dislodge it.
You see Beth was
Ari
here
would
underneath
move
the
out
axe.
of the way.
Say what?
You see
Ari
Beth
would
was...
spin out of the way.
Okay, yeah. And then you see
Yep,
Beth was
out of the
here
way.
underneath the axe.
Mm-hmm.
You can make an athletics check or a strength check.
I think strength is probably better for me.
Yeah, I just don't know if
Oh,
you're
no,
proficient
no.
in athletics.
17.
Yeah, you just lodge the axe. And you see that
She'll
it
offer
sunk.
to RA.
Yeah, and it sunk a good couple of inches into the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, Miss Mark, you're getting better. And she'll like trace the mark with her thumb.
It's very lodged in there.
Yeah, he does this when he's angry.
Well, he was talking with Beth.
I hope the conversation was therapeutic.
Mm.
And as I've kind of like stated in the past, it is very hard for Allegra to like clean the stains from like her tears and blood from her clothes and face. So it is still very obvious she has been crying.
Okay. Ari would sit down and like get their things out to sharpen the axe because I assume that's kind of Ismark's evening ritual, and it doesn't look like he really got to it.
If I
So that
if I still had my bag, I would offer you my whetstone, but unfortunately, I left it at the castle.
it's all right. I have everything I need. Although, Ari kind of like reaches around in their things for a minute and hesitantly, slowly, just kind of turns back around and then tosses something at you. There.
She'll pick it up and look at it.
It is a small gray square of cloth with a little bit of silver in the corner.
Did you knit me a handkerchief? All right.
I didn't knit anything. I bought the fabric. It's
embroidered.
has. Yeah, you notice it's a pattern of evening glories.
It was very sweet. I appreciate it.
I just figured it would be unlikely to stain and would be good practice for me, so. Ari's not looking at you.
Allegra will take it and just gently wipe the tear stains from her cheeks and go, "Thank you. That was very helpful. I appreciate it. It is a very sweet gesture. Thank you. I see you found the flower. Since it's not in your hair anymore."
That, yeah. So, Ari's still not looking at you, but you can, even in like the darkness, see their ears going red. Yes, I found that earlier.
Good. I am open with my affection. Alright, I don't hide it. I do not blush away from it. So, I hope you do not mind it.
We don't know each other that well yet.
You cared enough about me to come looking for me in the middle of the woods.
But I would do that for anyone in the group. People shouldn't go wandering in the woods by themselves.
Would you now? Well,
Yes.
regardless, it has earned you not only my respect, but affection.
Alright, does look at you now. They are very red. And they look confused, embarrassed, but like in a soft way.
You are adorable when you blush, you know that?
Ugh. Why are you like this? Not.
Really?
I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm sorry. Apologies.
No. I know what you mean. You don't get flirted with very often, do you?
No, I don't talk with people much.
Well, I think that should change. I think you deserve it. I think you are a beautiful, wonderful person, and people should try and see that in you, as I see, uh, as I see it, and others see it.
You and Beth, both of you, gonna give me a heart attack.
Talking about my feelings openly is the only way I stay sane.
I appreciate your forthrightness. I hope you are not expecting a
No,
response.
no. I never expect a response or reciprocation. Not until you are comfortable. I show my affection openly, but I do not expect others to do the same.
Okay, that's good. Honestly, it's been a while since my last relationship. I'm not even sure I remember how to do it right.
Well, while I can understand that, all I would ask, and this is kind of my point in all of this, and I will follow Katarina's lead in that things must go slow for people to learn about one another. And I believe that you are deserving of my interest and my continued concern. Tonight, I was vividly angry when I left the campfire with all of you, but I was not angry because of any of you, not even really angry at Lottie. I was hurt more than anything. But I think that in the coming days, I will keep my eyes on you, if you do not mind.
Our eyes still quite red. You, I may not ever feel the same. I don't know,
And that is
but
okay.
I'm not. I stand by what I said before. It is never wise to begin a relationship with those that you're traveling with.
Okay. And I will respect that. But that does not mean that I will not show you kindness and affection in a way that I know you are comfortable with.
I'm not certain if I'm comfortable with any.
Well,
I don't
then
know.
express that. If you express it, I will do things within my own power that you are comfortable with to be at least a good friend to you, if not more.
Starting with friendship seems like a good step. It's been a while since I've had one of those too, but now I have a lot, it seems.
Yes, you are deserving of friends, as is every person who is good in this world.
May I speak as a friend then?
Absolutely.
You were perhaps, I think, somewhat too harsh on Lottie earlier. The matter, there's no need to put so much pressure on her to speak. I'm not unused to threats made on my life. It truly makes no difference who they're from.
I may have been harsh, but I think a potential of harm coming to any of you is bad, to a point where everyone should at least know that it is happening.
True. There is safety in numbers, and the more information everyone has, the better, really.
I think the true frustration I had in that moment was the unwillingness to explain why this was a big deal, why this was important, and it's undermined the reasoning that I gave to express it to the group.
It is difficult to be eloquent in moments of heightened emotion.
I did not ask for eloquence, I asked for honesty. And the lie of omission is still a lie.
A lie of omission, just because she didn't say anything until you pushed her to?
It was because she was not going to say anything about the deal she had made with her patron.
Ah, that is a separate matter.
That was my frustration.
Any deal made with a higher entity is something of concern.
Especially one that can take your body and force you to do things that you may not already be willing to do.
Yeah. Bodily autonomy is one of the things the Fae love to mess with.
That is why I thought it prudent that the information be shared. And while I was perhaps harsh in my delivery, it was important. And I was made to feel as if it was not.
It is good that we know. I appreciate your intentions, but you should still try and make it right with Lottie when you have a moment to.
I think for a few days, that would be unwise.
What do you mean?
And Allegra, the higher the more she thinks about the situation, Ra can see like her scars and her eyes and like the underneath her armor begins to glow like her tent was earlier. I think that if I am to aim to not hurt Lottie's feelings more, I need time to calm down and get over it.
Oh, I didn't realize it still upset you, so I'm sorry.
It is not your fault.
I shouldn't have suggested.
No. You were speaking honestly as my friend to express that another friend was potentially harmed. But for now, I think it is best that I keep Lottie at an arm's length long enough for me to be over it. Because my feelings were considerably hurt because of how they were brushed off. Because when I spoke, when I expressed concern for not only your life, but the lives of others in the camp, I was brushed off. Because the patron that gives Lottie her magic is just a child.
Well, when you've had time to collect your thoughts, I would encourage you to speak your mind with Lottie and explain why you were upset.
I intend to.
Okay.
But for now, I need the time.
Very
As
well.
they say, time heals all wounds.
Heal some.
I know. It is an expression. Thank you. I was going to keep this to myself and not speak on it until I was okay enough to speak with Lottie about it. But I appreciate you for letting me let it out.
People often feel better after talking about things, even if it's not with the person that first started things. I suppose I have lost my point.
No, I understand where you're coming from. It is good to speak on your feelings, lest they bottle up and become worse.
Yes, that exactly.
You are wise. More than you may think, but you are.
Thank you.
Lottie is not the only thing that is stressing me. The closer and closer we get to Krezik, the more and more I get, it becomes real that what I must do.
Right.
And on top of that, I do have to explain to Beth why I burned her dolls.
Yes. I still am not sure I completely understand that either, but it doesn't seem to have done him any harm.
Madam Ava said that they were harming Beth and that I should destroy them. When someone that powerful tells you to do something and you know it's harming someone you care about, you act. I do not hesitate when I do things. I act.
So you put a lot of stock in Madame Ava's assessment of situations,
Yes.
then.
Yes, I do. And you would be prudent to do so as well.
I suppose. That is why I decided to linger back when we encountered that circle of stones.
What were you doing?
She mentioned something.
By the way, you
Uh,
sent me away.
I Okay, I sent you away so that you wouldn't provoke any more explosions. You seem to have a proclivity for instigating the strangest magical reactions.
She just smiles and goes, "Well, when you, I am curious about things, and as they say, curiosity can kill. So I
Yeah,
try to
curiosity
make,
kills that.
I try to make sure that at least others are not harmed by my um odd magical experimentation, but the with the thing that was happening with Beth and the dolls, I believe whoever made those dolls is considerably angry with me.
Almost certainly.
I'm almost positive that I have fucked my chances of being ever speaking with Beth's mother and surviving.
That could
So
pose a problem.
it will be fine. I will cross that bridge when it comes.
I suppose, to answer your question, why I stayed back there for a bit,
Mm-hmm.
I myself am beholden to an entity as well. Not nearly in the same way that Miss Lottie is, or anyone else, rather. I owe her for doing me a favor a while back. And I suppose now that I have a chance to look into what she asked me to, I am obligated to do my best. So I thought I'd look around and see what that was.
Not to be
Madam,
overly forward, but is that why you can turn into a bird?
Sort of.
If you are
Not
not
really.
comfortable, if you're not comfortable speaking on it, it's fine. It's just a question.
That was no favor done for me.
I figured it was a curse of some kind, but I didn't know if the favor, and she'll like use quotation marks, favor was a sarcastic remark. I have trouble understanding those.
The favor that she did me was partially undoing the curse, actually. That's why I can look like this. Ari gestures to themselves.
Well, then she didn't just do you a favor. She did it to one for the rest of us too.
Yeah, I'm much better at fighting like this.
Oh, I was talking about how pleasing you are to the eye.
Alright, stammers and goes red again.
Do you mind if I interrupt this?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. At some point, I feel like Ari would see this before Allegra reacts to it. Based off
Probably
of
when Ari turns away just then.
yes. I think when you turn away, you hear the sound of footsteps coming closer, and you look over.
Immediately stand.
Yeah. You stand up, and you just see Irina, dead-ass tired, sees Allegra, and then just kind of folds herself on top of her. And goes, Allegra, can we please leave?
Nope. No, you cannot. Allegra's going to
on.
wrap her arms around her. God, it's times like this I wish I had my wings. I could pin you with them.
Can you just slap me with lay on hands to make me fall asleep? I don't know if that's how it works.
I mean, I can try.
DM,
Yes.
can I scan the surrounding area and maybe also insight on Irina to make sure that no fucky magic
Yes.
shit's going on? No
Yes.
creatures?
Yep.
Okay.
You can do perception.
What would you like me to roll?
To scan the area, and then insight on Irina.
Okay, that's a 24 for perception. And a 16 for insight.
Looking around, you don't see or hear anything that is, like, perilous. Your keen senses kind of just kept you alerted that someone was approaching, and then as you scan the area, you do see, like, the heavy football of the tent that Irina shares with Ismark. You just see her footsteps coming towards you guys, and then how some of them were pacing on the outer edge of the camp.
Okay.
But she managed to come back to you guys and just fold herself on top of Allegra, and she is deeply, like, heavy when she does it. She's putting her full weight
like
on Allegra.
Dead weight.
Yes.
Full clomp.
Insight-wise, you can tell that she has not slept at all during the 8 hours. And her body is very clammy and warm. Or, well, you wouldn't sense the warmth. Allegra would feel that just by holding her. But you would see that she is sweating. And is trying to keep herself awake.
Can I check her pulse and temperature? I guess maybe make a medicine check to see if she's okay?
You do medicine,
Okay.
yes.
19.
Her body is working in overdrive over the fact that she is forcing herself to stay awake. And in which case she's getting, like, those, like, minor symptoms of just, like, being awake for too long, which is, like, the headache. She's getting really hot. Like, she's not building a fever, per se, but it's, like, something internally is fighting her to stay awake, and her body's just reacting this way, and you can assume it's close proximity to the lake as well.
Alright.
Okay.
Will you do me a favor and fetch Katarina?
Can't you just knock me out?
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, this is why I love you.
If you wouldn't.
What did I... Does she sleep?
I don't think so, but the reason I'm asking is because I believe she can cast this sleep spell.
Okay. I'll go do that.
Thank you, Aura.
She really does need to go to sleep. Alright, goes up and fetches Cat, if possible.
Allegra just has one arm around Irina, the other one is just gently petting her hair and, like, letting her lay on Allegra's shoulder. But very specifically, like, if this were a, like, if she were to try and get up, it is a grapple. She is keeping her down.
No, she is not fighting it. She is not
I'm saying
fighting
for
your...
once she's out.
Oh, yeah. She has a very comforting, strong woman holding her, and she's like, yep. This is good. But yeah, you go over to knock on, tap her on Cat's tent. Smack
I
it.
assume maybe Percival could be outside or might notice first.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, then Ari would politely ask the cat to go wake up Cat.
Percival looks at you, tilts his head, sees the urgency after a moment, and then very similar to how Pretzel likes to wake us up, it's just nonstop meow 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 at Cat's face.
So Cat doesn't sleep necessarily. Cat like goes dormant. So I think though you cannot see inside her tent, the imagery would be like Cat kind of limply sitting there like a doll on a shelf. And then Percy gets in her lap and starts meowing, and she just slowly like straightens back up and her eyes open. Percy, what is it?
Katerina.
Good morning, Are. And she will stretch, stand up. She opens the tent. She is just in her small clothes. She hasn't put on her traveling gown yet.
Ari looks away, like hasn't been looking this whole time, doesn't look at all, but says, not quite morning yet, I'm afraid. We need your assistance.
Oh,
Irina's awake.
I see. Okay. Give me a second. And she will rustle and like grab basic things. She'll like put on a set of leggings and her fur mantle and then come out, but like not her full travel dress.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ari keeps looking away politely and just leads the way back to Allegra.
Every time Ra looks at Cat and then looks back away, Cat investigates herself like, is there something wrong?
So it seems to my skills of assessment at least that Irina hasn't been able to sleep at all tonight yet, so Allegra thought that you might be able to help.
I can surely give it a shot.
As you get over there, Allegra will kind of look up and go, Katarina, radiant as always.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do you happen to know the sleep spell?
Can't let me check if my witch class can learn sleep. I can prepare it very quickly.
If you wouldn't mind, Irina is having great difficulty sleeping, and it's affecting her health. I would be in your debt if you could. Please help.
Okay. So I will unprepare bless, and I will prepare sleep.
Okay.
Now my one question. How many hit points does Irina have?
She has a lot. She is 32.
I could hunt,
32.
knock her out.
Yeah, because the other option was the fucking pommel of my soul.
I have to roll very high on sleep because it's 5d8. You know what? Actually, I will upcast it to second, so I can do 7d8. So I have a slightly higher chance of hitting the range.
Okay.
Okay.
You guys wouldn't know this because I was just like, in some instances, I will allow you, like, if two people cast sleep on the same target at the same time, then I would allow that to also count. But just for future brevity.
Okay, gotcha. Nope.
Oh no. Okay. What? I'll give you my spare inspiration to reroll one of those ones. Maybe is that an option?
Sure.
Would that help enough?
No. If I rolled an
Okay.
8 on it, it would put me at 30 exactly.
Ah.
We do have someone else who is.
I mean, we're
Magically
taking a
inclined.
long rest. I can try this up to 3 times. So I'll use another 2nd level spell slot.
Double EP time.
That'll do
Ooh.
it. Okay. Irina's asleep.
Okay. What does your sleep spell look like when you hit Irina with it?
I think it's Kat kneeling down next to Irina, taking one of Irina's hands and waving her other hand over Irina's eyes. And when the spell catches, there's like almost like a little bit of silver dust that falls off of Kat's hand, and Irina just lulls to sleep.
2 buff hot ladies holding Irina.
I mean, Kat slightly leans buff because she carries a bag of bones around all day.
Irina's dream right here.
I would say less buff and more like toned.
Lean. Yeah, tone.
Yeah, lean.
Still, 2 very strong women.
And
I
alright.
think maybe we should get to a late start tomorrow so she can have more time to rest.
Agreed.
Yeah, Ari's just standing there watching.
Thank you, Katarina. I apologize that we had to disturb your repose.
That is okay. Don't you worry. I don't sleep. I just kind of stop for a little bit. So you're not
do
interrupting
remember-
anything.
I do remember in the village, Brovia, when I interrupted the first time. It was you jumped through a door at me when I interrupted.
Now, here's my question to you, Abby.
Yes.
Technically, the sleep spell only lasts for a minute.
But is this,
Uh-huh.
But is this like,
now
that she's asleep, it will let her stay asleep for the full 8 hours?
Nope.
she'll just wake up.
Oh, she'll just wake up again after a
Uh-huh.
minute?
I was about to
God
say,
damn it.
like as you guys are having this like small little conversation, I have to roll something for Irina. Normal. Actually, no, it's normal. I rolled a 12. Okay, cool. Cat, roll a D100.
Yeah. 41?
Get my table again. I was hoping you guys wouldn't say anything before I did it, and then ooh, and then you asked the question, and I was like, oh, I don't have my chart up yet. What is da-ba-da-ba? Okay. Give me a pepperoni. I want 1 pepper.
Pepperoni?
Sorry, sauce crab
Perception?
pizza. It's all sauce
Oh.
crab pizza. No, brioche.
No, roll pepperoni.
No, roll
Yeah.
pepperoni.
They just roll pepperoni for me.
Fantastic.
Okay. What's nature? That's pepperoni, right? No, animal handling. Animal
no.
handling. Pet 20 animal.
Fuck.
20 pepperoni.
God damn it. This is the bad one. Why can't I get the good ones? Okay. Ow. Will this kill you guys?
Uh-oh.
Ow. Roll 8d6.
25.
Hey, everyone make a dexterity saving throw in this group.
Right.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
one. Not one, baby.
Oh no.
Something
So
bad
dex
happens to
save?
you. Not okay. I don't need
Fuck.
Beth is fine. And Lottie and Ismark are fine. This is just in this ball, right? Hold on. Actually, how big is the pocket camp?
I can give it. Okay. I have Lehman's tiny hut here. It says 10-foot radius, so 20 feet, but I think he said it was a little bit bigger for the sake of practicality.
Would you say it's a 20-foot radius? Would that be big enough for a camp?
Probably.
That's 40 feet in diameter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it would
And
be
we're
everyone.
kind of on the edge.
It would
Fuck.
be everyone. Uh-huh.
Everyone else is asleep.
Yeah, so... Lottie and Ismark... Beth, I don't imagine you can get lower than a 9, so... I was gonna say, those guys would make it a disadvantage. Yes, dex saving throw. Something bad happens to you on a D1 for cat.
Yep, no, I just rolled it.
Cool.
I am frightened of the creature closest to me other than myself.
Okay, cool. I will narrate all this that's happening once I get everyone's rolls. Ismark rolls a 7. Cool.
Oh no.
And then I have to do Irina, who's also asleep, so she rolls this a disadvantage. Well, she's gonna wake up, so I will give her the pity. She rolls it regularly. Cool. Alright. Yes, you're rolling at a
No.
disadvantage because you are asleep. Or you're in stasis right now.
This
Roll
is terrible.
roll one for Percival and Kira as well.
So we need one more from Beth too then.
I don't think Beth can get anything higher. Like, she can still roll lower than a 9.
Yeah. Let's see how low.
Sure. If you want to go that way, go for it. Yeah.
Okay.
Does a 14 pass the dex save?
How many hit points does Percival have?
So here's the thing. Percy has evasion. So if Percy succeeds the dex save, he takes no damage. And if he fails it, he takes half. He has 13 hit points.
Oh god. Why is everyone rolling so poorly?
The DC will be the spellcaster's own DC.
Oh no.
Wait,
And-
what? He rolled a 14?
Yeah, he rolled a 14.
Okay, Percy takes no damage. Okay, awesome.
Am I the only one who rolled above a 15 above a 10 other than the creatures? And Irene, I guess. Oh my goodness. Okay. Tam, what happens?
I was muted this whole time. Can't believe it.
Wow. Game over, we die. Aw, man. I can't believe we all get taken out by the sleep spell. Total TPK. F. Can we get some
I
Fs in the
still-
chat?
Even after 25, I still have more than half my health. This is wild.
Do we take half damage upon a success?
I assume. I don't know. Happy
Okay.
I did.
Yeah. Okay, so 25 divided by 2 is 12. And a little bit. Wait, damage? Yeah,
I
Bestie,
think
have you
that
not
was
been
the
paying attention?
8d6 we rolled.
Yeah, so something's happening. We'll find out when our
Oh.
beloved DM gets back.
Sorry,
Oh, there
I
you
was
are.
muted the whole entire time. Bitches. So yes, because I was talking to Celeste, so I muted myself. So yeah. Kira doesn't take any damage because she has magical resistance, which gives her advantage on her saving throws when it's magical, and she has evasion basically. So She takes no damage from this. Percival takes no damage from this. Ari takes half damage of 25, so 12 rounded up, so 13.
What
Right,
kind
no,
of
wait,
damage is
25.
it?
Hold on, I'm stupid. I can't do math. What's
It's-
25 half?
It's 13.
13? Okay, thank you.
12.5.
Yes. So we agree that we round up for enemies and bad guys, and I guess magical instances too.
Counts as a bad guy.
Yeah, it's a bad guy to yourself. So, you guys cleverly put Irina to sleep through a magical effect. When you do that, you see that she falls asleep, and in Allegra, in your arms, she completely goes limp. Like, she's tired. That's sleep.
Mhm.
And as you guys are conversing about, like, the thank yous for getting this sleep, Irina, after the minute passes, Irina wakes up with a scream. And then, as if coming from her body, a fireball spell detonates.
Fantastic.
And y'all take fire damage. This
Great.
wakes up Bismarck, Beth, and Lottie immediately. This is like
Ouch.
6 a.m. on a Friday. It's not, the flames don't, fireball doesn't catch things on fire, luckily. So your book is okay. Yes. Like nothing catches a flame, but clearly, the camp looks like it's been attacked by like there's just ash and dust, in the area. Hold on. How many hit points does Irina have? Hold on.
I was smart. I ducked and took cover.
Irina's on 7
Everyone
hit
else
points. Yeah.
Stupid.
Lottie running out in her fucking sleeping clothes with her fucking weapon out.
Irina's in the middle of hyperventilating.
Allegra, despite being burned half to death,
Yeah.
still holding her and trying to comfort her.
Give me like a persuasion check with advantage.
Help.
Yeah.
Help.
Persuasion with advantage.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay.
21.
Yeah. It takes her a while, and she eventually starts calming down, and then she goes, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have told you to.
It's okay. It's okay. It is okay.
Oh, I'm so
We
sleepy.
didn't know.
No, I'm so
you were
sleepy.
you were too tired to remember.
No.
It is okay. It is okay.
Can we go? Can we just please go? Can we just go?
Cat, because of Gathered Whispers and the fact that she rolled a natural 1, and on the Voices from Beyond table, she rolled a 3. Cat is currently frightened of Irina and just starts screaming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beth,
Allegra.
Alright, get Beth, take Katarina away. I'm going to take Irina to my tent. Keep them separate.
Yep. Take Irina quickly.
And she'll hoist Irina up and head to her tent.
Beth was doing something.
Beth was gonna come over and help Katarina because I don't think she's heard that scream in a while.
Yeah. Ari's gonna try and gently approach Katarina, like hands out, approaching a feral wild animal. Like, shh, it's okay.
Cat doesn't say anything. She's just like, Cat doesn't breathe. She's hyperventilating.
Katarina, you need to. And I know this sounds horrible, but you need to stop. Do you need me to help?
Yes. Help.
Beth will place a hand on Katarina's, like, just below her neck, and breathe in for herself. And having done this plenty of times, a little bit of thread will come around and sort of
Okay.
cocoon Katarina but like wrap around and give just a comforting compress.
Okay. The frightened effect lasts for a minute, so Kat eventually gains her composure.
It is all right.
I think Lottie's gonna send Kira over to help and go back to her tent.
And here's where the flavor of Gathered Whispers makes this fucked up. Kat will say, I heard them. They were trapped in the house. Everything was on fire. They couldn't get out.
They're not on fire. It's okay. It's all right. You're not there. You're here. You're here in the forest. And everything is okay, Katarina. You are all right.
Thank you, Beth.
It's been a little bit since you've freaked out like this.
Ari quietly slips away.
No, you get back here.
Beth, would you just make sure that
Thank
everyone
you
gets ready
too.
to go?
Thank you too, Are.
Ari just nods and then walks away.
Okay. Katarina, are you okay?
I will be. I'm going to expend a second level cure wounds on myself.
You've just been very strange lately. Stranger than usual, so I'm worried.
I know. As we've gotten closer to Vallaki, it has such a dense population, and there's more people, there's more souls lingering, so they've been louder lately.
That's all right. It's okay. You're gonna be fine. Beth will pull out all of the strings holding down Katarina and just quickly form it into, like, I don't know, a little handkerchief. Katarina's face, but it looks like a little cutesy version. Just hold this. It's got a nice feel.
Yeah, you've done the exact right thing, which is you've gotten Kat's mind away from thinking about. So she's like, okay,
Like a little,
gladly.
like a little chibi Katarina, right on the front of it. I think it's adorable.
This is so. When did you make this? This is so silly.
Well, yes, it works, doesn't it? It's very funky.
It does. The resemblance is uncanny.
Well, yes, that's what you look like to me.
Thank you, Beth.
You're welcome. Beth will sit down.
Kat's able to calm down from there.
Okay. Yeah. Ari's gonna tell Lottie to pack her things up and start gathering everyone else's things who is currently occupied.
Yes.
Allegra seems to have hers under control, so like she's just getting her stuff together and like helping everyone else out.
Yeah, like Allegra's essentially just healing Irina and trying to make sure she is calm. Allegra is also freaking the fuck out, but she is trying to stay
You're internally
as calm about it.
Yes.
Yeah, she is just. This has been the shittiest night
Yes.
of her like last few months.
Yes. Ismark does come into your tent because he just heard explosion, people freaking out, heard his sister scream, heard Cat scream, and then saw you bolt into your tent with his sister, so he came in after. I imagine you explained it to him very quickly over Irina, like calming her down.
Yeah. She just kind of looks back and goes, "Why did you not warn me that if she is put to sleep magically, is that what happened?"
He looks over at Irina, who kind of is in a stasis of just semi-consciousness. Her body is so tired that she's barely awake in this moment.
And I would assume that like the the like healing magic would kind of soothe her slightly.
Yes. And
It's like
Ismark,
anesthetic.
yeah, and Ismark goes, I don't know. This is new.
She was on the verge of exhaustion, unable to sleep. We attempted to help with with a sleeping spell, and she was asleep for a moment, and then when she woke up, boom, fireball.
Hey, you just hear Irina go, I'm sorry.
It is not your fault, sweet one.
Mm-hmm.
Relax.
Oh, it's my
No,
fault.
it was
Yeah.
our fault for not knowing. Relax. You are okay. We're going to get you into the city. We're going to get you a nice bed.
Oh,
And you will be
please.
safe. We'll get you a bed and somewhere to take a bath. It'll be a great night.
I know, we all smell fried. It's not a good
That's
smell
okay.
for
I like the smell of
nobles.
fire. I like the smell of fire. Do not worry. And if they have any problem with it, I can kick most people in Valaki's ass.
No, you can't do that. Go to jail if you do that.
That's
You're not
fine. It's not like I haven't been.
I think Arya just goes, you're too pretty for jail.
Oh, sweet one. No, that is you. So just calm down.
Mhm.
Relax. I'm going to step out of the tent, speak with your brother,
No,
and
no,
I
no.
will come carry you to Valaki when things are ready.
Prestidigitation. She'll slap you very weakly. You smell just like evening glories.
Thank you.
And then she smacks herself, and it's just like a hard slap, like her whole limb just kind of falls on her face, and she just says prestidigitation to herself. And she just smells like cinnamon. And goes, this Mark can smell like fire. He's always fire themed.
She
No good
wraps,
night.
she will wrap Irina up in her cloak and then step outside. What the fuck, Ismark?
Hi. And you see, Ismark's he's not a person who would go into a panic attack, like, openly. It would be all internal for him.
Mm-hmm. Same as Lyra.
Yes. So he sounds very calm despite his body, like, shaking in either anger and anxiety. It's probably both. And he responds with the same kind of deep tone going, I don't know.
Okay, I get that. I understand. I heard you the first time. But I'm not asking you to give me an explanation. I'm asking you to commiserate with me in my confusion.
The fucking lake, her dreams, her being connected to the fucking count.
More reason for me punch the count in the face.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is
Sure.
get into Valaki quickly.
Yes, I am aware. It's probably why she keeps going, can we go now? Because she knows we need to get out of here.
Yes, I think if you could gather the others. I know that Katarina is not doing well. I think Beth is helping. We need to check on Katarina. We need to make our way toward Valaki. If necessary, we could carry some. I'm going to carry your sister. If you want to find a way to carry someone else, I don't quite have the ability to summon. I've been studying on my abilities, but I will eventually be able to summon a steed.
It's fine. Well, everyone should be plenty awake now.
Yes. If anyone needs healing, I know that Lottie got hit rather hard. Send them my way. I will begin healing everyone, and then we need to head out toward Valaki as quickly as possible.
He just scratches his face and goes, I can fix them. You worry about my sister.
I did give her a good dose of my healing magic, so she should be okay.
Get my sister upright is what I mean. I can.
That's the plan.
You're not the only healer here, and then he'll slap you with a cure
I am
wounds.
aware. Uh,
Just a little good slap. You get 5 hit points back.
great. I'm at exactly half.
Yay! It's better than
She's-
death.
She just kind of goes, "Well, I understand that, but just make sure that everyone is ready, so that we're not going out there wounded."
Yeah.
And then
He'll
Allegra will begin to pack her shit.
you go back in. Ismark goes to help with whoever he can, but just gathering things. But ultimately, like the moment Lottie says the incantation, the pocket tent goes back to normal, and your stuff would just be left on the ground.
Yeah.
Logically. And Ismark would eventually thank you, RA, for grabbing their stuff. And then turn to you all and is like, all right, good morning, Balaki. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with my sister, but clearly she needs bedtime, sleep, without magical interference. Can we agree on that?
I would not do that again, even if we didn't. As much as I love you and your sister, that was a bit much for me.
Well, at least we're starting bright and early.
True.
Very right.
Yeah. He takes a deep breath to calm down. And then Ismark kind of shoehorns like the group into moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will hang towards the back of the group, I think.
After
Oh,
that,
Lottie, you look so dead.
Ismark does slap you with the rest of his cure wounds.
I feel like
if
not much
anyone
to add.
looks especially bad after people pass around magical healing, I would dole out a healing potion.
18 hit points to Lottie.
Thank
Beth
you.
is still over half, so she's okay for
Yeah.
now.
Ismark's
Same with
a little bit
Allegra.
over half too, so
Okay.
Motherfucker.
Cat is
Yeah, I think
also
so.
just over half.
Yeah.
Cool.
Allegra is just bridal style carrying Irina down the road.
Irina sympathetically gives everyone sad puppy dog eyes as like she's sorry.
It's
And I'm
okay.
pretty sure every time she says I'm sorry, Allegra or Ismark shushes her.
Mm-hmm.
That D6 was stress from when the fireball went off.
Cool. Out of all the things to roll on the wild magic search table, it's fireball on yourself.
Yay.
Of course.
Yeah.
You guys kept rolling the cool ones, like your hair turns pink, or like butterflies happen, and then call lightning on
Fire.
yourself. Now it's like the worst one, which is 3rd level fireball on yourself.
Fucking loved the call lightning one.
Yeah.
Best one.
God, yeah.
Everyone just
still gonna
sucked at dexterity saves.
True.
Just a
I think
bit.
I'll still gonna hang out in the back. And right. Probably. Flocky bound.
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, Allegra is like double timing it down
Okay.
the road.
I'm not gonna make you roll the 3 random encounter checks because I think you have hurt yourself enough via helping Irina.
It's also so early in the morning. Who would even
Yeah.
be awake?
Like, I don't know. If anything, I would give you the pity one where it's like you see another sign on the road that says "Do not disturb," and it's just the cat and the witch sleeping.
You know, you're the DM. We don't have to run into
No,
anything if
no.
you don't want us to.
You're not
It's
gonna
your
run
fault.
You're not gonna run into anything. I'm not gonna hurt you guys yet. Let me. Where is my other? There it is.
Once we're like an hour away from Velaki, Cat wants to talk to the group.
I'll end my flavor text at the hour mark.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So blah 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 blah. You guys actually knocked her out unconscious, which I wrote. If if you didn't, everything would be fine. But you guys did try to take her out unconscious, so it's fine. On the road, the old salvage road meanders into a valley watched over by dark, brooding mountains to the north and the south. The woods recede into a clearing on your last few hours of walking, revealing a familiar but daunting sight to some of the Barovians in your party. A city that sits down at the bottom of a hill. Stone palisade walls surround the city, with gates at each cardinal direction that are flanked with guards, that are guarded by specks that you could assume are the guards of the fair city. Thick fog presses up against these walls as though looking for a way inside, hoping to catch the city aslumber. And outside of these gates, like I imagine you guys are going down a hill, and you see outside of the gates, and what feels like it stretches out for miles are more than a fair share of houses and farmlands, where occasionally they look over at those who pass by. And all of you who walk past them, they offer the occasional hearty wave, or like a good morning, as you guys walk by. So most of your walk towards Vallaki is met with farmlands, and you could presume that this is where Vallaki gets most of their supply of food and livestock, as well as shops that are dedicated to like tanners or hunters and those who walk in those like professions. And then all like the aristocrats, the nobles, people who can afford like proper like living conditions live inside of Vallaki. And this is not like an unbecoming sight to Allegra, Beth, Kat, and the siblings. This is normal. It's typically, you know, what is usually structured for like guarded off cities in back in Sylvestris. But you can tell that the people of Vallaki care little about the state of living to the farmers, because like there's no guards, there's no one on lookout. Most of like the fences are like that break off for like the livestock and everything are broken. Looks like they're damaged by like wild predators that are in the woods. And it seems like these people defend themselves from both the people of Vallaki, who don't care about them, and then the animals and creatures and undead that live in the woods and just kind of wander Barovia as itself. I would say during the last hour, it's like you guys are getting closer to, like, the dirt road becomes more of, like, a proper cobblestone-esque, like, path for, like, carts that are going into the fair city of Vallaki. And you can see it is, like, a traction, or, like, it's basically like TSA. There is a line to get into Vallaki with different carts and, peddlers, people who are on foot who are traveling. And they're let in one at a time with 2 guards flanking on each side. And then they go into, like, a middle section that is guarded by 2 gates. And then the further gate will open and they walk into Vallaki. But for Kat, you may go.
Before we go into Vallaki, I would like to explain why I've been so hesitant to come here. And give a warning to everyone. So, you heard in Madame Ava's tent my actual surname is Wachter. There is a noble family here in Vallaki, which is where I get that family name. My mother, Fiona Wachter, my brothers, Carl and Nikolai Wachter, and my younger sister, Stella Wachter. My mother, Fiona, is the reason why I ran away, and why I have been wandering Barovia on my own for so long. She is deceptively kind to newcomers. She will seem gentle and inquisitive, and she takes a great pride in educating others. But she lords that enlightenment over you and buys your loyalty with knowledge. And I left because she was part of some nefarious plot. And I did not figure out what the nature of it was, but she invited me to join her. And I refused. And I was disowned, and I left Vallaki. You are under no circumstance to entertain my mother's offers of knowledge or wealth.
Thank you for telling us. Obviously, this means is considerably something that upsets you greatly. Though I will say, all you had to do was say she was untrustworthy, and I would have taken you at that and disregarded her words.
I know, but I wanted to be extra sure. Because she will come across very, very kind. She's fooled her own children.
I don't know or presume to speak for the group, but I think I would take your word over hers regardless.
I appreciate that.
It is wise to never put too much stock in those who are in positions of power regardless. But your testimony is evidence to consider.
And there's a reason why I gave up that power. There's a very different cat you could have met who is a self-obsessed aristocrat. And I did not want to be that woman.
I don't think anyone would have liked her that much.
Does that mean you like me now already?
I am saying nothing.
That means yes, I figured them out.
Thank you, Beth.
You're welcome.
We can enter Vallaki now. I just had to make that known.
I think Lottie's writing all of this down in her book. For future reference. Because Lottie, liking information, but also, I ain't gonna fuck with no bitch.
Katarina, once
Yes,
once I get Ismark and Irina settled, I would like to speak with you in private, if possible.
absolutely.
Thank you. It's nothing earth-shattering. You know the city better than I do.
Yes, of course. I did grow up in it. I'm happy to play tour guides for anybody who wants to get the lay of the land for Vallaki. There's just certain areas I won't get close to.
Well, if you
whatever.
have a recommendation for an inn, that might be a place to start.
Yes.
The Blue Water.
And whenever you're not doing other stuff, I would love to look around. When you're
Of
not
course.
with other people.
But I recommend the Blue Water Inn. The Martikovs, the family who run it, are some of the kindest and most hospitable and welcoming people I have ever had the courtesy of knowing. They treat their guests like family, and I have a personal in with some of them, so
That is good to know. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Yes, I guess we go to Vallaki, and then Ara, if no one else does, would ask Kat for directions so we can head straight there as soon as we get inside.
Yeah, Kat will definitely play follow the leader when she brings the party to the Blue Water. But we gotta get inside Vallaki first.
Mm-hmm.
We'll make it inside.
You
I'll make it
guys.
inside.
I hope you make it inside. I'm trying to make you go inside. Come on.
We're trying right
Yeah, I
now.
know, that's what I meant.
It's okay. But you guys eventually go into the cobblestone pavement and are stuck in a line of sorts of people that are going into the fair city. And what you can ascertain, it's like these are early morning, like the people from the farmlands that are going in to sell their wares and then make a profit inside the city before they come out. And you'll see like people are coming in and out of the city. Most of them are very hospitable and they like offer you like a hand in greeting. But when some of them occasionally do make a not a concerned look, but they do make some kind of like a fixed look when they notice is Mark and Irina with you guys. But none of them seem to say anything out of like malice or anger. It's just like a cross look, like, oh great, and they're more nobility, right? Well, Kaleid's gonna make it. I don't think so.
I feel like that's. Oh shit, something's fucked with her a little bit.
Maybe, potentially. Yeah, you see the quality of life between the citizens. Yeah, and eventually, you guys, as you're in the line, you see it ends at a set of sturdy iron gates with a pair of figures flanking each side, seeming to allow travelers to come in at one step at a time as the gate opens and closes behind them. And you see that there are a few more guards, like on the palisade walls, on the upper walls, that are just patrolling the outer area, the exterior of Valaki. And what you all
DM,
notice...
question.
Yes.
Didn't is Mark and Irina's father give us a writ of safe passage?
Yes. You also have two burgomasters, or you have currently the current burgomaster of Barovia with you, as is Mark. You have the daughter of the burgomaster, of like the current former burgomaster. You are the daughter of the abbot. And once Kat writes down a certain word on a documentation, you also have Katarina.
Yeah.
So the group
Allegra is not one to throw around that nobility.
Yes. So you guys have this safe, like this internal safety of like there is no way that they can turn you around with the amount of important people that are in your group. And like, yeah, sure, Beth, Lottie, and RA are like outsiders to them. The moment Beth says that she's a Barovian, it's like, okay, whatever. And they're not going to question the two outsiders with a large group of powerful nobility, in a sense. But yeah, on the sides of the walls, you see banners, which I will get you the picture of. And you see like a small little poster that is near the gate of the wall that explains the festival of that is currently happening in Valaki, which I have to grab. Gotta get ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-dee-ba. Show to everyone.
Abadiba?
Ba-ba-dee-ba.
Oh, that's so nice looking.
It's so
That's so
great. It's so nice.
So normal.
Yeah. You see...
All will be well.
All will be well. There's, like, banners on the outside of Valaki that are depicting the festival of, the Wolfhead Jamboree. And there is additional banners that show, like, the crest of the Valakovich's, family line, and then the additional banner of the crest of the Dawn Mother, like the holy symbol of the Dawn Mother. Those flank, Valaki walls. Yes.
You go first.
No, you go.
I'll go. Is it possible to get my hands on one of those posters, or are they a
You
They're
could...
probably glued to the wall.
these would be glued to the wall. You could presume that if this is being plastered everywhere, that there are more inside the walls of Valaki.
Okay. That's it. That's all I wanted to know.
Allegra visibly tenses, and like Irina can kind of feel Allegra hold her a little closer
Mm-hmm.
at seeing the what witch festival is going on,
Yes.
and she's like, "Fuck."
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to be fine. Going to be okay.
It'll be all right.
Lottie goes to see if you're okay. Second guesses it.
Everyone can tell that no one is okay. As you guys get closer to the line, you are halted by the 2 guards that are on the side. And funny enough, which is very ironic that this is all happening because I've had this planned. The guards are like wearing like simple, like chainmail garb or chain shirt kind of armor. Have pikes at the side, and instead of wearing like a helm to mask their visage, they are both equally wearing masks that depict a rabbit. And like the gate is closed, and then they put their pikes together to form an X in front of you guys, and then the female guard will clear her throat and go, "Hello, state your business. Why would you want to enter the fair city of Valaki?"
My name is Allegra de Lamont. I am the daughter of the abbot of Saint Markovia, and this is, and she'll kind of gesture to Ismark. Ismark, what's his last name?
Golian.
Ismark
Kolyanovich.
Kolyanovich, and we are here by request of, and she'll kind of gesture to Ismark, his father.
And then the guard turns over to her other fellow guard, and they look at each other, look back at you, and nod their head. And she gestures a hand to the guards at top, and she goes, "Let them in." And the gate.
Yeah, I was gonna make it like known that like when they started talking to the party, Allegra's posture went from like slouched and anxious to standing her full fucking
Yeah.
7.5 feet.
And the guards up top will open the gate proper. And you see that there is like, like in between the 2 like the walls of the palisades, there is a standing room that's large enough to keep a cart. And there's a couple of guards to the side that have, that are just at ready just in case of kerfuffle happens. There is a desk to the side that has a bunch of paperwork that is stacked on top. And she ushers you in, going, "Please proceed. The guard captain will sign you all in."
And she'll kind of let the others lead as she kind of takes up the rear to make sure that everybody gets in without incident.
Yeah, because Kat is a Valaki native, she unfortunately thinks it's it's probably the most sound idea for her to be in the front. She does not want to be in the front, but she's like, I know the protocol, so I'll go first.
Smart.
You guys are led into the small little chamber between the 2 walls. There's the gate that leads you to Valaki proper, and you can see like the cobblestone streets and the start of like houses and shops that are decorated, and people are moving around. And like from where you guys are, you hear the bustling of, even though it is early morning, there are people preparing for the festival in question. So there's a lot of people just on the streets. Not a busy like afternoon day, but there's still just a surprising amount of people first thing at 9 in the morning. They're starting their 9-to-5 job. But most of the people that you see beyond the gate are wearing some form of an animal mask as they're setting up festivities. A guard comes in and clears their throat and goes, the guard captain, Ezek Strasny, will be with y'all in a moment. I am going to be asking for any form of weaponry that you have that we may tag and keep to your person, as well as if you have any silver on your possession, please do write it down or feel free to donate it to the fair city of Vallaki. He passes out like a very heavy pamphlet that basically has the rules of Vallaki stated before you. And then the last piece is just a term of acknowledgement of all the laws that is in Vallaki. And then basically what is the whole I have the list because Ezek's gonna read it out to you guys because that's fun. Where is my...
So, Cat wouldn't consider her thurible a weapon, even though she can technically hit people with it. Because that's a religious artifact. But what Cat unfortunately does have to submit as a weapon is her dagger, which is made of bleached, clean animal bone wrapped in dried deer leather. So she just puts a dagger made of bones on the table.
Yeah. Okay. So, and the last documentation has your proper name, what's your occupation, the date that it is today, place of origin, the reason for your visits, and any weapons that you have declared. If you are trying to hide weapons from getting ticker taped, please do let me know, because they will check you for this before you leave the gate. And if there is anything you are trying to hide from them, which will become more evident when Ezek starts reading the rules.
Beth will freely have her dagger tagged, but she'll try to hide her rapier.
Okay.
It's I got this little weapon. I wouldn't hide anything bigger.
Question.
Yeah. Yes.
Do Allegra's stakes count as weapons?
No, they do not.
Okay. Yeah, she will show the silver sword, will not take it out of the sheath, will not allow them to touch it.
Ari
she'll
does
show
the
them that it
same.
exists.
Yeah, Ari does the same with the rapier.
Okay. And sorry, I heard the from Jester.
Does my arm count as a weapon, technically?
To them, no, but mechanically, yes, it is a weapon. You can make it a weapon. To the guards of Vallaki, they're not going to think that you're going to pull your arm off and beat someone, or could they tag your fist as a weapon?
These are dangerous weapons.
Okay, I'm not hiding anything.
I also have my own hand axe, and then Ismark's hand axe, which Ari would get tagged and then hand back to him.
It's unfortunate. Isn't it a silver hand axe? They're just gonna take it.
Oh, is that true?
Mm-hmm.
They just said they're gonna confiscate
silver. Okay.
silver.
Can I conceal it?
Yes, you may.
I was warned about silver beforehand, so could I have taken the time to do so carefully?
Yes, I would say to you guys, you were warned about silver. Ismark would have stated it again. He is not going to. He's not a very dexterous person, so he's not good at hiding things.
Okay. I have the pocket of holding, which could probably hold the hilt. It would be left open, but easier to hide that way.
You and everyone
Can
would
I
get
have advantage?
yes. I was gonna say you and Beth would have advantage on your sleight of hand check to hide it.
Oh,
Oh no, I'm burning an inspiration on that.
You're lucky I can't
11
see.
is not good enough. 24.
19.
Okay, I gotta find my boy. Where is my son? Did I put him
My
in?
silver thread is also in the pocket of holding. And also Ari is concealing something else. I will DM you what it is, but it is much smaller than a weapon.
Oh, I never changed his stats. That's what I rolled. That was what my secret stats were. I rolled something earlier and I was like, what did I roll this for?
It's stat time, baby. Statistics, my beloved.
Okay, that. But that's it.
Okay,
Ari does
six.
also have to put down a name on the
Yes.
paper, I'm assuming, too.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see what you sent me. Okay. Yeah, Ismark's not gonna hide any of his weapons, and they technically they would confiscate silver weapons, but when Ismark writes his full name on the documentations and hands it over to them, they look at the weapons, they look at him, and then Ismark gives them like a try me kind of expression, and then they're like, you may keep your possessions, Mr. Kolyanovich. Thank you for your service.
I also have the honeycomb blade. Ari would offer that up as well.
Yeah.
For inspection.
Yes. You get a quizzical look from the guards who are kind of handling it, but they put like a little like ticker tape, write a number on it, and then write that on your paperwork as like this is what this is associated to. This number is to this weapon.
Mm-hmm.
And you see like when they do this, they there's another guard who is incanting like a spell under their breath, and they're like keeping it like if you lose a weapon or something like that, or a weapon was found at the scene of a murderer, they could track it to this weapon. They see the ticker tape on it, and then they would track it to the person who was on the record for having this weapon. And you can assume this is a precautionary thing they're doing.
Okay.
And they even put a ticker on like Ismark's cutting knife, for like the anything that you have for like skinning animals, like those kind of knives. Those got ticker taped.
They tagged my hammer.
Yeah, they tagged your hammer. They're like, this could beat someone up, but those fists, no.
These are weak.
Yeah. And you guys are giving the paperwork to fill out. If any of you lie, just keep in mind that this lie is committed. So if you put a false name on there, you got to keep up the charade throughout your whole entire time in Vallaki. Similar to how in last campaign, Shion put Fox as her name.
Yeah.
I was like, that's your name. Another example in Sal's game, Frozen boldly said that he did not speak Common, so he had to speak Sylvan the whole entire time he was there. So if you do that and you try to fake like you don't understand what's happening, keep in mind that's the charade you're keeping.
Are we dictating these names for them to write down or writing them down ourselves?
Yes, if you guys could put the names that you're labeling in the chat, I would love that. And then I will put that in game announcements.
In the Roll20?
Roll20, Discord. I'm going to move them to game announcements so I remember.
Okay.
Just our names, but our weight, our height?
No, just their names. I can give you the whole, if you want to fill out the whole entire fun little sheet. I can give you what it is.
I would love an
I love paperwork. Give me the
I would love
paperwork.
I would
Okay.
love an interactive sheet.
Okay, here's your little silly. Hold on.
I love
Yay!
give me fantasy paperwork.
Hold
I
on. Hold on.
love stifling minutia.
Hey, DM, question: what was the name we came up with for Allegra's stepmother?
Amara.
Thank you.
Amazing. I love this. Okay.
I asked if you guys could put the name that you're putting down on paperwork, and then everyone was like, "Oh, give me the actual paperwork, and I'll fill that out."
Hey, what's the date?
The date is on the Roll20. It's the 25th of Elnock. If you want to get the date is Dogginson, which is basically Friday.
Elnock. That's a C, not a K.
Yes.
Place of
ELNOC.
origin.
Yeah, where are you from?
What's the year?
It's I don't have my No, I do have a calendar open. 42. Well, no shit. I have to do math. Barovia is what,
Yeah, said, hey.
1,200 years in the past? Is that what I've established? So what's 4252 subtracted by 1,200?
Oh, don't ask me.
42.
Ask me those numbers again.
4252 subtract to 1,200. Okay, to the Barovians, it would be 3,052. To the non-Barovians, it's the year 4252.
Sick, thank you.
That'll be fun when somebody puts a year, 1,000 years in the future.
Yeah.
That's what I'm putting on mine.
Mother told me to.
Hold on, I need to change the entry date.
You're okay.
I'm waiting for links
Amazing.
to put her place of origin so that I have something to put mine.
I just put Sylvester's.
Me too. Same.
That's probably good enough.
Occupation wizard.
There you go. That's better. Entry date Friday.
I love that. Okay. That actually made me cry happy tears.
Bestie, we love fantasy paperwork.
Yeah, we do. We're crazy for it.
Thank you for your fantasy paperwork. This like scared little guard is actually surprised you guys are doing the paperwork without a fuss.
Okay. God.
And
Not
Beth
fine.
hands it back in like red crayon.
Alright, just thanks them when they hand it back.
Okay. The DMs of the you were just you unmuted. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so the guard is both equally happy and then looks at all the paperwork, looks at how you guys are treating them, and then nods their head and be like, okay, thank you all for being as kind and chivalrous as you can. So let me go grab Sir Strasnade. They shuffle back while the other guard basically replicates your documentation. And just hands you like the latter half of like your reason of registration, and then goes, keep this on you just in case if anyone asks. If you ever lose your copy of your registration, feel free to please come back here, and we will always duplicate another one for you. Thank you for your time. All will be well. A couple minutes passed, and then you guys are greeted by a man who is around 7 feet tall. Dark skin. I love how I'm just gonna say bald. And then exactly. And my brain went to the SpongeBob meme of everyone yelling and pointing and going bald. But a very tall, well, physically built, dark-skinned humanoid walks in with a giant greatsword on his back. He is wearing basically kind of like piecemeal, like plate armor. But some of it where it kind of shows off none of it is all covering his arms. Mostly he's got like the asymmetrical look where he's got the pauldron on one arm and then the other arm is completely blank with metal. And from his elbow, I have to look at the picture. Is it his left arm or is it his right arm?
Join the left arm club. Left arm club.
No, it's his right arm.
Oh.
Hold on. From the elbow down, on his right arm, he doesn't have like regular, like fleshy sinew and arm. It is actually made out of. Let's just gonna join the weird arm gang, where Lottie has a porcelain arm and Kat has a bone arm. This man has a purely crystallized arm of deep purple, like almost amethyst, that has a little bit of obsidian in it, that forms into like claws at the end of it. He has slightly pointed ears, that kind of give off like a half-elf kind of heritage to him. Decked out in scars that you could see on like the upper biceps, and kind of has like the wolf kind of pelt that covers the upper part of his shoulders and around his collar, and then goes down to yeah, exactly. It kind of has like a big bellowing cape that has the colors of deep purple, that was very similar to the crest of the Volokovich's crest. Like those colors are just like their royalty, what the colors they choose for themselves. Let me get you the art. I say he's bald. He's actually just kind of like recently shaved his head. I forgot about that art. Bald man.
Bald.
Bald man.
Bald.
Bald.
Beth
Hey,
feels
anyway.
very uncomfortable when she has to naturally turn into him and then turn back to normal. And it feels so
no.
bad because she doesn't get to use her hair to convey how she's feeling when she turns into this man.
Yeah, it's really half shaven. Like he just recently shaved his head, and it's just like you get like little peach fuzz that you're just looking at that kind of turn a little color upon looking at him. Stuff it, Jester. No, you can keep going. Yep, there it goes. HOTT.
Oh.
Please take him.
HOTTIE.
No, please take him hot to go. Atago, thank you. Hot to go.
Hey, DM.
Yes.
DM.
Yes.
Question.
Oh yeah.
So, hypothetically,
Yeah.
could an unstrung longbow fit into my pocket of holding?
No,
You don't think so?
I don't
You
think
think
so.
it's wider than 1 inch around? Hold on. Average.
I have a longbow
Oh.
sitting next to me. It's not an inch wide.
It's a little thicker.
I can send you a picture of it.
According to the British Longbow Society, the English longbow is made so that its thickness is at least 5/8 of its width. That can't be
It's
right.
so it doesn't snap.
Oh, width
It's meant to
and
be
thickness.
flexible. It's supposed to be flexible, but not like not supposed to be thick enough where it'll snap.
Thank you for all these.
Like if I unstring mine, it essentially turns into a quarterstaff.
Okay. I can fit a quarterstaff in there though, and also RA is not that strong, so it wouldn't be able to be a super heavy one.
Are you gonna try to shove your bow into your pocket of holding, or would you just declare it?
No, I'm thinking like they if it fits, they might just keep it in there most of the time.
Okay. I will allow it then.
Hell yeah. Okay. Also, all of their arrows are in there, but we've
Yes.
already discussed that. Arrows can totally fit.
Yes. And you guys would all innately know that staring up at the 7-foot tall man, imagine he has armor on, like piecemeal, kind of plate mail armor. Yes, he's very tall. He's a very tall man. Very tall, ripped man. Okay. You could all innately know that yes, indeed, his right arm was clearly an aftermatch of overcasting, which you all witnessed Esmeralda doing to herself when she was taking you guys into the village of Barovia. But she only started to get a small...
Which Cat took on a portion of.
Yes. Where Esmeralda only just had the veins pop up that started to crystallize into like a gem substance. His whole entire bottom right of his arm is just crystals, and then a part of his upper bicep has like fragments just ingrained into his body. But he, fortunately, looks down at most of you all. I think most of you.
Yeah, Allegra, I think, is one of the only ones that stands eye to eye with him.
Yeah. And there is a look of recollection when he sees Allegra, when he sees Kat, and the siblings. And he offers, like, he came out with this expression of, like, this is my duty, I am the guard captain, I have to give the regular spiel. And instead he sees people that are familiar to him somewhat, and he goes over and looks at y'all's paperwork, and like the clawed hand kind of like tips through a couple of papers and like reads the people that he doesn't know of. And then sees kind of curiously what Allegra, Cat, and the siblings put down as their reasons of being here. And he goes, welcome to the fair city of Valaki. I am Isaac Strasny, your guard captain of Valaki. And if anything goes wrong or you need assistance, I am the person you come to. It is my duty, and it is my task to read you the laws of Valaki, though I know plenty of you understand what the Lord Eminence requests for you to stay. He looks at the paperwork and tilts his head a little bit as he reads, and he goes, I see we have 3 new ones. It is my pleasure to greet you into the fair city, for Charlotte, Beth, and Aretta. Thank you for taking the time to visit our fair city.
No one's called her Charlotte in forever.
And then
Visiting your city will be our pleasure.
Thank you. I am sure the others around you will ensure that you do not interfere in any of our laws or get in trouble. If you've been falsely declared a crime, I am sure your fellow travelers will tell you and get you out of it. Otherwise, please come find me. And then he goes, I apologize. This is going to be boring and taxing on your ears. I am going to try to debrief it as quick as possible, or the others could read it to you, and I have to do this all day.
I would like to hear you say it.
I would like to hear Ismark say it, but I'm not going to say that.
Isaac, no pleasantries, no hello. It's been how long since I saw you last?
When you were like this tall, and like he
Exactly.
puts a hand out. But he will offer his arm over to shake you, give you like the full like.
Is it the crystal one?
Yes.
She's gonna try and see if she can like out grip his crystal hand.
Sure.
Crazy.
You may certainly. Do you just want to give him like a very strong athletics, like?
Yeah. It's just she's just trying to give him a firm handshake and try and take the like try and make the situation slightly more casual as far as because it's a very tense situation as is.
Okay, so roll an athletics check. Okay.
It's an 18.
He rolls a
Son of a
22.
bitch.
Yeah. So he does feel like it starts off with a very casual, like, warrior's handshake.
Yeah.
Typical. And then he feels that you are trying to outgrip him, and that he grips your upper arm tighter.
Ow. Okay, I get it.
If you ever need to spar again, you know where I am in the barracks.
Oh yes. I remember. Son of a bitch. Your claws got spikier somehow.
He smiles, and then like the other like guards that are in the room are just kind of awkwardly going like, "Is this okay? Are we supposed to be here?" Like this is a different person they're seeing from music, right? He's more casual, and he looks over to Ismark and Irina and sees Irina kind of like awkwardly in your arms during that, and he's like,
she's got her like propped up in one arm.
yeah, and he goes, "Pleasure to see you too." Unfortunately, you both know that I do have to alert His Eminence about your arrival, and
Yes, you can tell Vargas. Would you be okay, Isaac, doing me a favor and not notifying Fiona of my arrival?
he takes a moment and looks at you. Clearly a person he hasn't seen in years. Very similar to like he hasn't seen you as almost as much as he in the time period that he hasn't seen Allegra. Like probably a decade, right?
Oh,
yeah, okay. And he smiles and or like not smiles, I think he gives you like a coy like grin and goes, "If the paperwork gets lost, it gets lost."
thank you. I appreciate it.
Is there any way we could you could allow us through? This one she'll kind of like prop Irina up. Really needs to lay down.
He nods his head and is like, "Let me debrief very quickly, and you are on your way."
Thank you.
You
I
know
appreciate you.
where the Blue Water Inn is. You know the points of interest. Some things have changed. You are entertaining us during the Wolfhead Jamboree. Feel free to pick up a masks during the festivities. You are not recommended or forced to wear one. It is more of the spirituality of the event that is created by His Eminence. If you would like to partake in the festivals, please do go over to Veronica Van Holtz's estate, and she will sign you up for any help that you would require and will pay you in fruition for your help.
I have a question about the festivals.
He turns to Gibeth and then gives you like a small smile, and he goes, "Yes, how may I help?"
When it says attendance and children required, do I need to bring a child?
He laughs and goes, "No, common miswording on the paperwork or on the posters. Typically, if you have children, they're supposed to come. We understand if babies, youngins, should not attend the festival during the time, but the Baron would like everyone to attend. You do not have to bring a child with you if you do not have children.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
He nods, like seeming like this is a question that some people do ask him, and he's just like, okay, cool. So Joe McGee wrote really poorly on these posters. I am sorry. Okay.
You should
But-
hire a new graphic designer.
I will let His Eminence do that. I am just here to give you the laws of the land, make sure you're not smuggling anything. And speaking of, he is going to roll for your sleight of hands.
I doubt he can beat a 24.
He might.
Yeah, he
Could
probably
be Very
won't.
perceptive.
Okay, so 10 to 4 plus 3. So he rolled a 10. And you can tell he is obviously not looking at you guys. Like, he's not giving you a proper... He gives you an up and down and goes, okay, that checks out. That checks out. Yeah, and with the 12 plus a 7, he wouldn't even made it anyway. Or he would have seen that, Beth was hiding something.
Mhm.
But he gives it a lazy look up and down and then goes, all right, yeah, you could have. So yeah, I'm gonna give you the Wallachian laws handout, so you guys can peruse
Yay.
and remember what the laws are. And then he is going
Why
to...
is it gray?
Why is it gray? Oh, can you not... It's white
is-
for me. Hold on. Let me turn off dark mode. Ah, I see. It's...
It is a very light gray.
hold on.
And I can still read it if I highlight it. This
Hold
is
on.
taking me back to my Homestuck days.
There you go.
Mhm.
Ah, no, that's the wrong one.
Doctor,
Shit.
You know what?
Doctor-
That works, actually. That's fine.
Doc-
That's still legible.
I meant to do
Oh,
black
God, I'm
font.
getting Doctor Scrap
No,
flashbacks.
I can't fix it. What
That's
have I
fine.
done?
It works. It'll be readable on both versions. This is perfect. Go ahead.
If you do you have the pop out window out open?
Yes.
Yes?
If you don't
Or
have
no,
the pop
wait.
out window open, it should be normal because it was regular on mine.
No,
See,
like
I'm in-
the pop out separate window? No, I don't.
Okay.
So I was in dark mode. So it's
Mm.
white in dark mode. Not black. So for if you guys are in light mode on Roll20, then yeah, the font's different color. But I should change it to fix the people who are in regular font. And ignore the fact that All Will Be Well got translated into Comic Sans when I copied it from a Google Doc.
No, that's so
Nope,
accurate.
that's super canon.
It's super canon. But he's gonna read the first part, and he's like, by order of His Eminence Baron Vargas Velakovich, the Burgomaster of Vallaki, in order to ensure and continue peace and prosperity to the greater and blessed town of Vallaki and the security of its fine citizens, all visitors and residents shall comply with these rules, or these laws, in addition to those observed by common customs within the Valley of Barovia. For punishment bearing a variable sentence, the severity of punishment shall vary depending on the severity of the crime, the intent, and the offender. If an offender is sentenced to hang from the gallows, they shall be first imprisoned in the stocks for no more than 24 hours to serve as a public example, and shall be subsequently executed by yours truly the next morning following their arrest. And then there's the rules. He's not gonna... He orates them out loud. You guys can read them. But, like, you know, you're not supposed to refer Strahd by his name. You have to call him the devil while you're here. A festival is held every single week. If you stay here more than 5 days, you are obligated to help. Otherwise, it's volunteer work, but you will be paid for it. You can't
Don't
speak...
besmirch the festivals.
Yeah, don't besmirch them. You have to just be happy, all is well. and then it gives you like
The
what?
crime is called malicious unhappiness.
Yes.
Yes.
Repeated
Great.
offenses of malicious unhappiness are punishable by commitment to the Valaki's Reformation Center, which is very new to all of the people who haven't been here. So, everyone, this is new information about what the hell the Reformation Center is new. To you guys. And then it labels like what kind of like if you did this crime, how much would you pay? How long would you be in the stockades? What your punishment is.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah.
Don't steal. Don't punch people. Don't disrupt the peace. Don't punch people. Don't kill people. Don't ill or punch people.
Hey, DM.
Hey.
Hey, DM.
Hey.
Hey, hey,
Hey.
hey, what's this?
What's
Hey,
what?
What's what?
this?
What's what?
What's what?
Hey, what's that?
What's what?
What's what? Hold on.
Mm,
What do you mean? Do you want to ask the
What do you
public? Do you want
mean?
to ask the Roll20 or the streamers? The people?
The
Will you
broads.
ask the broads? Yeah, the broads. The kids.
guys, you're reading this.
I
Reading
closed
what?
it.
Skimming
I closed
through
it
it.
by accident and can't open it back up.
There's no
Here,
weird.
hold on. I'll show it back to you.
No, no.
Which part? Let me read it.
Nothing
There's no-
unusual.
There's no weird crossed out parts in this thing, right?
No, no.
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 There is.
Hmm.
Oh.
Surely it's alright. I'm gonna copy Veloculaws, and I'm copying these directly. Actually,
That's a good idea, actually. That's
Yeah,
a wonderful idea.
Lottie writing down furiously at the speed of sound. That's it. That's all I had for you, DM.
Oh, just gonna use a very tiny, tiny font.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna. The fuck. God. Oh. Okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
For context, this is the thing that Jester was talking about. Don't worry about it.
I don't see it.
Don't worry about
I suppose.
Okay.
it.
what?
That
Don't worry about it.
point blank for your characters, you guys see a law that was this one was handwritten. Like everything was kind of like typed or inked very prettily. This was like chicken scratched last note that was written at the bottom of malicious unhappiness.
DM, I have a question.
Yes, you may ask a question.
Is you saying that it may be typed? Does that confirm typewriters canon in Barovia?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Aw, man.
Lottie would be a fiend with one in the back, furiously fucking typing the ka-ching every fucking new line.
Stenographer.
There's like, an artificer here who built the first typewriter, and since then all the nobles have one.
Ooh, I need to get my hands on one very badly.
Yep, it's probably
I'm
gonna be a very couple hundred gold for you to get one.
But
Or
it's
100
fine,
gold
we'll take
for
it.
one.
Ooh, I can pay 100 gold for a fucking typewriter.
Yeah, and you're gonna
You
carry
want
it
to
with
carry
you on
around
your...
a typewriter?
Lottie, you underestimate her commitment to the bit. She would do it.
Okay.
But no, that's all the questions I had. I'm
Yeah.
good.
A typewriter can weigh between 15 and 50 pounds.
Listen,
Often
it's-
typewriters that are heavier come in like suitcase style. I have one in my house. I collect weird eccentric shit.
I want a typewriter so bad. I
Yeah.
want one so bad.
Would you like mine? Because I'm
Yes.
not using it.
Yes, please send it to me. I
Yeah, I'll-
love it.
Okay. I will send you my typewriter.
Yes.
It doesn't have any ink ribbons with it, but I will send you my typewriter.
I'll figure out that part later on. And then Celeste's gonna hear me go tip tap, tip tap, tip tap, tip. I'm gonna write all my DM notes on it.
The G key needs a little bit of oil, but otherwise it works fine.
Okay. But yeah. There is that note. You characters can absorb that unfortunate note that is on the laws. And if you want, you could ask Isak about it.
I think Lottie hasn't been talking at all. In my heart, she wants to ask about a favor. I think she'll raise her hand in the back.
Isak, as he finishes the long spiel of laws, and you see that he is very bored, but he has it memorized. And when he sees you raise your hand, he is like, yes.
There's a handwritten law on here.
Do you show it to him?
Yeah, if he'll let me approach, I'll, like, squeeze past everybody. This?
He leans down and reads, like, your paperwork, and, like, grabs it from your hands and, like, flips through the pages. And he looks very concerned because he's trying to believe you, but he hands it back to you, and he's like, must be the trick of the light.
Okay.
It's a lot of laws on there, and some of them get jumbled together. It's okay.
Lottie, it's fine.
Alright. She puts her hands up. She'll go back to where she was. Alright, I suppose I'll leave it alone.
If you get close to Kat, she will whisper, I saw it too.
She'll like give you like look at you with like wide what the fuck eyes, and then she's gonna get her back to where she was standing. We'll talk about it later. Right now, getting inside should be priority. Hi.
Everyone's so preoccupied. When Mr. Stronzi's done with his explanation, Ari will politely thank him for his thorough and illuminating explanation of the edicts of Vallaki. We'll be sure to follow the law to the very letter during our stay.
He nods his head in appreciation. He's like, if you need any help, ask those around you. They have been here in Vallaki for a very long time. Albeit I haven't seen any of you for also a long time. So if you need any help getting out of a situation, she owes me arm wrestle. So I guess I can help you.
Anytime, any place, big man.
You know where to find me. I guess I'll know where to find you. Blue Water Inn. I doubt you want to go to your mother's place. He says it's kind of directed towards Kat. Yeah. Yeah, he nods and he goes. Well, if there's no questions, you are all free to go. Guards, open the gate and send in the next ones that I have to deal with.
Allegro kind of lean into him and go, hey, weird question, but do you know if there's anywhere in the city, I haven't been here in quite some time, to find the gelatin?
You could go to Madame Maury's bakery.
Thank you. And then she'll head inside.
Yeah. I am skittering inside as fast as I possibly can, as soon as we're let me out of here.
We proceed.
Yep. You proceed. Congratulations. You are in the fair city of Vallaki at basically 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for you folks. Hooray! Clap hands. Clapping hands, golf clap.
Huzzah.
We're finally inside the building.
Yay! Do we want to end here? And then we'll rush you guys to the Blue Water Inn, and then your day will be yours.
I think that might be smart because then we can send you like everybody gets like one thing of here you want to do, and it'll be easier for you to prep.
Yes.
Could I? Yeah, no. I think I'm fine.
If possible, just a short. I would like to have a short scene with Lottie.
Okay.
Like after we've made it to the end, before we end.
Once we reach the inn, RA is also going to slip Ismark his hand axe back. And that's it. Just silently do so.
I have so many tabs open, guys. It's like impossible to
So
figure out.
many tabs.
So many tabs, so many places. Velaki is huge.
I am so scared when I have to prep Fulaki. Terrifying.
I already got the Valakian areas of Velaki.
So, might want to write down that Ismark's hand axe is unmarked and sharper than it was before.
Okay, perfect. You guys go through. I'll move you to the map next time. You guys are with Kat, leading the charge, I would assume. She takes you down kind of like less busier streets. Then, like, you guys are not walking on the public streets, especially since Allegra is carrying, Irina, for most of this time. Or just kind of mostly half carrying her. And Kat leads you through, like, just, like, back alleyways and less busy streets, so you don't run into a lot of people. You don't run into, like, the guards that are patrolling on the streets. And you do see a lot of people are wearing, like, masks of different prey animals. And it's, like, deers, sheep, goats, like, small birds, squirrels, rabbits. And then, like, stoats, ferrets. There's an occasional fox. There's an occasional, like, small dog, like a regular, like, dog mask or, like, a small cat. But nothing that screams, like, you know, a bear or a wolf or anything.
Nothing scary.
Nothing scary. It's all kind of, like, cutesy little prey animals. And they're, like, paper mache. Most of them are cute and unawaring, innocent looking. And some people are wearing it like full masks, or it's like a half mask, or it's like a mask that's like on the side of their head, so they could still see their true visage. And it's just a bunch of people like setting up festivities. There's banners, there's flyers everywhere that's talking about the Wolfhead Jamboree and setting up posters for the next festival, which is the Valley of the Festival of the Burning Sun. You guys are met at... Is there no flavor text for the blue water? Town Square.
It's blue.
It's blue. It water. It in.
We go in. The inn.
Yeah, you come across like a large like tavern that has like a stockyard for like horses and beasts of burdens that could be like a pin that could be placed there with carts. And you see like two small young boys are like currently petting the horses and feeding them grain for the early morning. And when they see you approach, they puff up and then scurry away from the horse and back into like a side entrance to the tavern. There is gray smoke that issues through the chimney in this large 2-story wooden building with stone foundation and a sagging tile roof, upon which you see several ravens are perched upon, and there's a painted wooden sign hanging above the main entrance that depicts a blue waterfall. And like large double doors, and then on the doors it has like in very neat and cursive font, it's like welcome to the Blue Water Inn. But you guys will end going into the Blue Water Inn, and Allegra will pull Lottie aside during this, and Ismark doesn't say much beyond thanking you, RA, for giving back his axe. But he kind of takes Irina away from Allegra and kind of brings her inside.
Allegra
Wow.
will also like pass off incense
Okay.
to Ismark and explain that they're to help with like
Yeah.
calming someone down.
And he will thank you, and then turn to Irina and is like, okay, you can do a little arson as a treat, because I can't light these. And you just
Kinda
hear a
your-
very tiny, yay. Oh, come on, I can't wait to get into bed. Please, Ismark, come on. He's like, I'm going. We'll get the room
Oh,
set up
get
for
to
you
bed.
all. And then
Thank you, Ismark.
those two will walk in.
And yeah, Allegra will kind of pull Lottie to the side. May I speak with you?
Sure, yeah. Yes,
I-
I'll call you wherever.
She doesn't go far. She just kind of steps to the side, lets everybody else enter and go. I wanted to apologize for coming off as harsh as I did. I was concerned, quite obviously not as a little more than I probably should have been, judging
I
by
mean-
everyone else's reactions.
I mean, it's valid. It's fair. To be concerned, I guess. Not that I'm downplaying it. It's scary. Obviously, it's scary when people that you are friends with or that you care about are friend. Yeah, it's a valid thing to feel nervous and want people to be aware of about that kind of stuff.
I just wanted to let you know that there are no hard feelings as far as my end, and I am sorry that I may have upset you or forced you to do anything you were uncomfortable with doing.
No, it's fine. It's scary. All of this is I'm in a place I don't know. It's stuff I'm not familiar with, and then all of this is just happening, and it's scary when you're in a group of people that you don't know, and then you don't know how to handle all this stuff, and you don't know how to say the things that are happening without causing people around you to go into stress-induced attacks, and and I don't know, and you don't know what to say about it. It's hard, and I hate making people stressed, which is why I didn't know how to say it, when to say it. And we were on the road, and I wasn't sure if something was going to pop up or I was going to make someone's stress worse. And it was, I don't know. I don't know. This is, and I obviously still hurt you, and I'm very sorry about that.
You do not
Don't
have
like her.
anything to apologize for. I'm fine. I appreciate
I-
your apology, but you have no need. It's okay.
I'm gonna apologize anyway because I didn't take it as seriously. I maybe it could have taken it more seriously, but I don't know. It's the more real I make it sound, the freakier it gets. And I know everyone's been telling me I should be careful. I should be careful, and I am. A lot of the stuff that's happened has already happened, but I'm trying to be more careful with stuff, and it's a lot. But it doesn't mean I should like brush everything off. I'm sorry if me not taking it as seriously caused any negative effects on you.
It was not just you, but understand that I have no hard feelings, and that I am sincerely sorry if I forced you to do anything you were not comfortable with. It was
Uh,
unbecoming, and I should not have done it.
I was gonna have to tell people anyway, one way or the other. So it was gonna happen eventually. And probably better to have said it somewhere that outside of a city that's got some very strict rules.
Yes. I will say, I also saw what was said to be not there, if you catch my drift.
Mm-hmm.
I think we
Weird.
should get inside. I think we should
Yeah.
all get some rest. And then
Uh,
in the morning, we can explore the city.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and she, like, I feel like she doesn't know quite how to close the interaction. She goes for like a handshake and then doesn't, and then is just
As she goes for the handshake, Allegra will grab whatever hand was extended, pull her in, hug her, and then go inside.
Aww. It's first horribly here left. No, what do you want? I don't have any food for you. Donald. Go down.
No food for me?
No food for you.
No food for no
Oh.
food for Ghost. No food for you. No food for Ghost Dog. No food for Kira.
But
Guess you gotta go inside and go talk to the people at the inn and ask for food yourself. You're a big girl.
no, I'll
You
just
could
eat my
do it.
ration.
You're a big girl. You could do it. I believe in you.
No, I'll just eat my rations. I'm fine.
And be sad while you eat your rations, while everyone else is eating
Yeah.
really good food, and you're just going over here.
Okay,
doing,
well,
like,
if they're eating it, I'll eat with them. But I'm not gonna ask them myself. It's cringe.
Allegra will buy food for RA.
No, Ari will buy
no,
food. I'm just being.
I'm also gonna try to buy food for her.
Ari's just sitting at like a table waiting for everyone, and then it's like, why is everyone taking so long? And suddenly 3 plates of food is in front of Ra.
We didn't have breakfast actually
No, we
before
didn't.
walking here, so
It's 9
You know what?
a.m. No brekkie.
Ari would be like, "Wait, no, wait, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you really sure? Are you actually positive? Or if you're sure."
Okay, but that'll be
Allegra
next
just sitting down
session
with
on what your
plates.
food looks like, and you guys talking to the bartenders, because you're gonna have a fun little interaction with the barkeep and the people that are inside. But the last thing I want to end off with is I want my very special person. So, if you're still alive with me, creepy, could you have
Yes,
Beth
hi.
roll a perception check with advantage?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
Beth
no.
perceive.
I know she has a negative.
Beth perceive.
Ooh.
God damn it, not again.
Thieves.
Beth
Beth
sleeps.
No fucking shot.
Oh, I love manifesting. This is what happened last campaign,
18
too.
and a 0.
You have advantage in this. It's only this thing. Okay. Before you walk inside, like as everyone is going in, you kind of sit aside and listen to, just amicably watching like Allegra and Lottie having like this side chat. Decide make sure they're coming in, and then once they come in, you're like opening the door for them, and before you enter the room across the way, where there is like just a what appears to be a house, it's like living estates on the other side. Perfectly immaculate. Seems like there's flowers growing there and someone is keeping the weed. You are uncertain in your maladaptive state whether the house feels too perfect, and you squint at it just a little bit longer and you see like a very faint shimmer, and the windows are broken and shattered. There is blood from the windows all the way to the ground, that go off into the sidewalk, like go down the pavement of the sidewalk and go around a corner. And all the flowers that were like on the on the hanging potted plants are shattered on the ground, and you just see crushed lily petals there. And then you
Okay.
blink, and it's back to normal.
Beth is very blue-green. This is okay. Can Beth try to identify what she's seeing?
Sure. Do you want to scurry over to like look at the crushed, like the scenery, or are
Yeah,
you
I
trying
feel
to
like
see it from a
is Beth
distance?
seeing through. So is Beth seeing her hallucination and then normal fucked up land at the same time?
Yes. It's like 3 layers. You are seeing what kind of everyone else is seeing.
Right.
You are seeing a little bit something that is too perfect from your maladaptive state, and like whatever Beth thinks fits her whimsy
Yeah.
in a sense. And then you see like a fucked up version of it, and you can't really ascertain from your distance which one is the reality.
I feel so bad. But that's stressful, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I'll call it mod. If I go over 50%.
No, you don't get a new one. No.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, it's 1 affliction per character.
Okay.
If you hit it,
Though I might change it.
yeah, if you hit it and you want to change your affliction, you may.
Okay, I'll look for that later.
Yeah, and you can let me know after the game when we are more alive.
But okay. Yeah, I'm a little alive. So if she's identifying this, what would be the most applicable check?
It would be nature, arcana, religion, perception.
Would you say this counts as an aberration, monstrosity, or ooze
Yes.
in effect?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I get a bonus for that.
Basically, I'll take any intelligence checks.
16.
You put your hand against like the wall, like the stonework of the house, and it's a weird sensation where your eyes are believing something, but your body is feeling something else. Right? You are
Okay.
looking like you are not supposed to feel like your hand gets sticky as like you're touching the wall. And then it's like, you're just looking, it's supposed to be like a hard texture. You're supposed to feel stonework or brickwork. And it's like, why is this wet? And then when you pull your hand back, you just see blood on your hand.
Okay.
And you are starting to realize that there is something that is kind of hindering reality in this area of Vallaki.
And only Beth can see it. Goody.
Yes, at the
Okay.
moment.
Sure.
It's kind of like, because you know it's there, you can still kind of see it and like ascertain it in your head. But like, if you grabbed like Lottie or someone else in the party and then had them do this very similar exchange, they would not be reacting the same as you.
Similarly.
Thank you. My lisp is really
Okay.
killing me right now.
I got you.
We're going with paranoid.
Okay.
And Beth is not telling anyone.
Cool. I'm sorry I
How
did this
she'll
to you
explain-
again.
How she will explain that she just walked over and touched a wall and freaked out? We'll figure that out eventually.
Yep.
Woohoo!
Okay. That would be the end of this
Okay.
session. Hooray! Please disregard that last scene. You didn't see anything.
Beth read the rule about not being able to see that. She's gonna follow that rule.
Yeah,
There we
do
go.
not acknowledge.
All will
Yeah.
be well.
Do not acknowledge what of which you know you can't see. All will be well.
Exactly.
All will be well, Smiles.
So yeah. Hopefully next time we will be live. So people will understand. This time, Even if the audio does die, we have Craig in this chat. Thank you, Craig, for recording our audios.
Thanks, Greg.
But beyond that, thank you all. We'll see you on YouTube. We'll see you in 2 Saturdays from now if everyone can make it. 2 Saturdays. It's Monday. 2 Mondays from now. This is all depending on, yeah. It just depends if job for Lynx and job for Abby. We'll see.
Should be fine.
Good
We'll
luck.
find out.
Yeah, it should be fine for me too. But we'll see you in 2 weeks. If not, goodbye, thank you, and get out of here, chat. Bye-bye.